Right, welcome everybody to my 1 science per minute base. 1000 times science cost multiplier, 1000 science per minute, equivalent to a 1 science per minute base from default settings. This is what it looks like. Thanks Stefan Akawudi for the renewal for 17 months, as well as Eveson, also 17 months. I've been streaming for 17 months, so you guys were here from the very start, since Crastorio 2, the first stream I ever did. Right. Well, hello Mucky, thanks for the stream. Thanks for the raid. I've literally just started. I've been speaking for like 10 seconds or so. So nice of you to hop in. I guess I'll start off with kind of a base tour then. It's kind of a good moment for a base tour anyway. Since we basically did all of the building we are going to be doing for a while, I suppose, with our completion of military science in the last stream. Military science not quite up there with the other science pack productions, so we are buffering it in a chest so we can keep up researching at our 1 science per minute rate. Right, where do I even start with the base tour? Let's just start. I don't have much of a base really. It looks like a lot, but it's not really a lot. Everything is there is nothing except science. No more, no nothing. Let's just start off here at the basics, at the red science era. Still running the OG stone furnaces just for the memes, for the nostalgia. That is giving us basically 900 red science packs a minute. We are making it into gears here. And the science assemblers are right next to the labs. Direct input was a bad decision for the long term, but hey, now we have bots, we can change it whenever we want. So we'll get to the labs area. But yeah, mathematics in for 900 science per minute is really easy. You just look. Red science. Okay, it's 1 copper plate, 1 iron gear. Okay, that means we need 1 belt of copper plates and 1 belt of iron gears. You can see in the mouse over, 1 iron gear takes 2 pieces of iron. That means we need 2 belts of iron and 1 belt of copper to make 900 SPM in red science. And we go to green science. We can just look at the mouse over, 5.5 iron and 1.5 copper. 1 transport belt, 1 inserter. So here we have 5.5 belts of iron, 1.5 belt of copper. It's surprisingly easy. And then you just make that into the appropriate stuff. Why the long-handed inserters? I never researched fast inserter for some reason. So we get to look at all the wild swinging arms all the time. That was the start. That was why I did the direct input at the beginning, because it was simple to set up. Everything is hand built because bots were a dream. Not too long after we had set up military science as well, starting with the red chips here. Green chips for red chips, copper for red chips, and red chips, which are the red chips themselves. They go into a buffer chest area, then into blue science. Engines and sulfur are produced nearby as well. And in the last stream we set up the new military science, which is located on that cliff face at the south over here. Slightly less science per minute, so that was actually quite annoying to ratio out, since we're not doing 900 SPM, only 720. And yeah, the most notable feature for that one is the new red ammo recipe, which is only 1 steel for 2 piercing magazines, and basically 1 copper per piercing magazine instead of 5, basically a lot cheaper. That is what we did last episode. So the mines and production areas are, like the smelting facilities are set up a little bit spread across the map. We did the entire thing where we did the first 36 hours clearing an area, exploring everything, protecting distant resources by basically just placing stuff so the biters wouldn't expand on top of my ore patches. You can see there is lots and lots of expansions in the areas where we did not protect the land. And after that we've been building a base. Now we are deviating towards laser turrets so we can regain an edge over the biters. Currently any attack would be deadly as I have no defense, except for the personal flamethrower, which is not much. We are playing for the hands clean achievements as well. Let me pin that. Hands clean. So we are not allowed to destroy any biter base, which is why there's all these weird looking pipes around the biter bases. Those block the biters from spawning, but we still cannot pollute any biter base outside of this area which we protected, and we are pretty close towards the edge in some cases. So yeah, it would be nice to get to laser turrets as well as some damage upgrades, because lasers suck against behemoths if they're not upgraded. And we might be able to neutralize some more biter bases so we can basically grow our pollution cloud, which is our current limiting factor. Did I see gun turrets on the cliff? Actually, I just built them for the intro. I might actually build them for real. They look nice. They have 1 ammo inside, so they're decorative gun turrets, only for parades, not for combat. They won't stop anything. We got some wooden crates with with grenades there as well. I think we're gonna build that. For today's stream then, no more science building, no more ratios, no more nothing. Today we're gonna do the Dutch thing. What the Dutch thing is, I'll reveal later. But before we're doing the Dutch thing, we first need to do the coal thing. We have kinda neglected the entire factory for quite a while. In our rush to get up military science, before we finished researching all the prerequisites for rocket silo. The plan is to build the prerequisites for rocket silo during the research of the military techs. Then we can do some military stuff during the research of rocket silo. And once rocket silo completes, we can do the space stuff. And that way we'll keep busy, we'll keep having stuff to do. This research project is gonna take 16 to 17 hours by itself. These combined, it's about 400k science if I remember correct. So that's gonna take about 7 hours or so. Probably we'll get, with a little bit of luck, we'll get through that this stream. Or at least most of the way. And then on Sunday we can start trying out the laser thing. Let me catch up a bit with chat. So yeah, we're basically gonna do some projects which we've been neglecting, like making sure the base doesn't run out of power. We are relying on steam at night still, so we gotta make sure a full red belt of coal flows in here. And currently this is not a full red belt of coal. What do you think bridging through the Western Ocean to grab resources on ungenerated or unexpanded grounds? Yeah, maybe it's possible. The problem over here is, well, you can see generally how if you go far away, the biter bases are quite dense. So if you just ignore the small expansions, this seems like a small chance that we'll actually be able to find good resources which we can take without polluting those biters if we go far away from the base. I'm kinda interested what is north of here though. This is a giant lake of water. I don't think I've ever seen such a large body of water on a default Factorio map. If you look at the other patches, even this one is quite big, but this one just blows it right out of the water. Okay, that was a bad one. Sorry about that. Thanks Sagittarius for the 14 months. Yeah, it's default map settings, violent, shadow. Including biter expansion being on, which is the cause of many a headache for this type of playthrough. Thanks GC Lift as well for the Prime sub. Still working my way through the VODs, alright. Pump out the water to make new land. You're onto something, you're onto something. How is your rare accumulators doing? I don't have rare accumulators. Actually, no, I do. Not rare ones, uncommon ones. Because basically my uncommon resources are kind of a byproduct of getting access to the rare stuff we want. All these uncommons. We gotta have some purpose for them. One of the purposes was accumulators. Uncommon accumulators have twice the energy storage, whereas rare accumulators would have 3 times the energy storage. But yeah, we want the rare stuff for important things. So we settled for uncommons. We could spend our uncommon iron to make and uncommon copper to make uncommon batteries, and from that make uncommon accumulators. We've got about 10,000 of them. My 10,000 minus the rare ones, basically, which we made in this hand-feeding quality area. You know, real quality is handmade, real quality is hand-fed, nothing of that automated factory garbage. That is not quality. Alright. Next project for quality is going to be laser turrets. We're going to make uncommon quality laser turrets with a couple 10,000s of steel and green chips. And more batteries, which we still have in stock, I hope. Yeah, 33k batteries in stock, so we're gonna have enough for over 2,000 laser turrets. Right. I think we're ready to get started then. What do you do with the normal items? I don't have normal items. Basically, my setup for quality is I just have wherever I can afford it, which is not in much places anymore, but I have quality modules in the miners. So we get the quality ore out on a separate belt. That gets smelted in a separate smeltery. Over here, tiny one, but it's big enough. Basically, we have quality in the uncommon ore smelteries, productivity in the rare ore smeltery, because we cannot go above rare anyway. And we're just stashing that over here. All of the normal resources just go in science. So we mine quality ore. The normal ore goes to science, the quality ore gets smelted here. From that we get mostly uncommon quality stuff with some rare. Then we're making, in some places we're making like green chips and copper cable. I also have quality modules in those, as well as for red chips and for steel. To get some extra quality stuff of the important items. Like the circuits for modules and the steel for basically everything in the game later on requires steel in some way. So that is the quality setup. I don't know if that quality setup would work very well on normal settings, but since we are on 1000 times science cost, we need 1000 times as many resources to make science, which as a byproduct means we also get 1000 times as much uncommon ore to make quality stuff. So we are just doing quality from the ground up. I have my quality basics here and I can make anything I want in the game at the quality I want it, basically. So for instance, our power armor, we just made a rare one. We took rare steel plates, made rare engines from the rare ingredients we have here. And even rare blue chips we just made from rare greens and rare red ones. So basically we have the base ingredients and we can make anything we want. Because we have an unreasonable amount of quality resources due to the science cost multiplier, I think. We are not making quality science, no, we're not doing that. We might do that with the leftovers at some point. That's not really a priority though. I kinda like my 1000 science per minute figure, which I have been trying to keep for quite a while. If we look at science, it's a challenge to keep it exactly at 1000. Looks like we're at 1001 for the moment. So we are slightly over. I don't think I can further the... Actually, I might be able to further stabilize that to 1000 by... Anyway, by downgrading one lab to uncommon quality. We've got like 4 rare labs in here. Just trying to control the speed of research. I want 1000 in this mouse over here. It looks nice. My 1 science per minute base. Anyway, let's get started. We're gonna do something. how far away editing and playing mic are in progress. Yeah, they're gonna catch up fast though. The early episodes all cover like concepts, basically. All of the important concepts are explained in the earlier episodes. We're about to run out of those, and then in the next episode we are gonna finish setting up green signs. And I think then those guys are gonna catch up real fast to streaming mic. Because there's just not that much to cover anymore once we explained all the biter manipulation stuff. So now it's just we're gonna progress through the game. But yeah, that is gonna be quite fast. Realistically, there's no more strategic concepts to do. We're just setting up 1000 signs a minute and researching technologies and doing stuff which is either very repetitive, like making these landfill chunks, or very time consuming for not really a lot of videoable material, like setting up remote mining drills and belting that home all the way. So yeah, we got some of those mines in Behemoth territory, but we can only take a limited amount of resources from those, not with quality. We need efficiency here or we will be polluting the biters. Yeah. Alright. Why not use accumulators? We're gonna get to that, but not quite yet. I thought last stream I was gonna do accumulators real soon, but I cannot really, because right now I don't have extra solar panels. I just have the solar panels to produce the power we're using. I don't have extra solar panel capacity to charge up accumulators in the daytime. We're running on steam in the night. So I would need extra solar panels as well to go along with the accumulators. And then the problem is we're going to do the laser thing. And I don't know how much that is going to spike my power usage, but I imagine quite a bit. Especially with low damage upgrades. We're going to need so many shots to kill a single behemoth biter. It's going to use tons and tons of power. So I'm thinking I do not really want to switch to solar panel and accumulator only, then run out mid-fight and be in trouble. We're going to keep steam going for quite a bit longer. I think until we like have neutralized some of the nearby biters. We can kind of get an idea of how much power we're using. I also would like to take out this nest if possible. So we can basically use a lot more of this solar panel area. Just basically enclose this entire base in solar panels. But yeah, we'll have to see how that goes. Right, so let me see. Oh yeah, so steam is a problem. These steam tanks are already running empty because we are not bringing in enough coal. So coal patch, we kind of need to hurry up with that as well, apparently, or we're going to brown out in general. Yeah, the red flashing icons, I don't like them either. But yeah, this is, we should be having at least 3 belts of coal incoming to feed 100 boilers. And we have way more steam engines than we can supply. We don't have that incoming. Even if this belt is full, it's only 2/3 of what these boilers can handle. They just need the daytime to produce more steam while solar is active, and then in the night we are drawing empty the steam tanks a bit. But this should go up to 25k in the day, and it is definitely not going up to 25k in the daytime anymore. So let's get going. Right. So I am going to build the cliff thing for real. I like it. I just made it for the intro. And if you want to disqualify my run because I have turrets defending my base, you can do that. How it was, I think turret was here, one in the middle. I'll just put a single ammo in. So it won't even be able to kill one behemoth biter attacking the base if it ever happens. Not that they would attack here, I don't know. I don't know what they would do. We need the wooden chests. We made some wooden chests at the beginning. Yeah, I'm already suffering for coal. Also, you can see the plastic belts are not full, which means probably my red chip production, yeah, starting to suffer as well. You can see a nice flat line. Right, hello Johnny's, I'll move over a bit. Nice flat line for 10 hours and we are starting to suffer a bit because we don't have enough coal. So that coal mine has to go up with the highest priority, but of course highest priority does not mean that we cannot build something useless first, like some decorative grenades in a box. It's asymmetrical. What is asymmetrical? Lack of symmetry, really? No. Asymmetrical under the... well, that is just how the landscape is these days with the cliffs and all. We cannot destroy the cliffs on Nauvis. Well, we could with nuclear power, but we are not about to make a 1 million deviation. Oh, this is asymmetrical, I see. Yeah, that was jarring. Sorry about that. Alright, I don't have grenades, but this guy does. There we go, decoration build. There goes my rule of no turret defense for my base, I suppose. I was going with the military science. 16k and counting. So it's gonna take an hour and a half to complete rocket fuel. We are doing... about 800 signs a minute. So 800 signs a minute times about an hour and a half will give us another 75,000 military signs. Plus the... yeah, plus 16k which is in the box right now. So approximately 90,000 military science packs. And since we are producing those like 10 to 15% slower than the rest, that should last us at least through the laser turret packs with military science to spare still even. So we're gonna, if we research rocket fuel first, we will be able to blast through all of these tags, maybe even damage 2, we can put it in there. We'll see if we put that in before or not. But we would be able to blast through all of these technologies at the full 1000 signs per minute. So let's first finish up rocket fuel. We are gonna prepare ourselves to go mining. It is gonna be a chill stream. No calculations, no nothing. We're just gonna switch off our brain a bit and do stuff. Unlike the last streams, which was a kind of a mad dash to get the military science up and running. So I suppose the easiest coal patch to connect would be either this one. We can just plug this one in the back of our initial coal patch here, somewhere over here. Or this one, which is not too far away. The coal belts go by there as well. But here we already got pollution. The stone mines are here as well for military science. This actually is in an area completely devoid of pollution, so we can basically fill up this pollution gap with pollution from this coal mine. There's also no green chunks to sacrifice here. Actually there is a couple. I suppose that's the way it is. If you build stuff, we're gonna lose some stuff. Here we would actually sacrifice only one green chunk. But yeah, okay, the Dutch project is going to be making more green chunks on the water for the biters to try to expand into. It has been highly successful so far, so we're kind of going to expand on that. That is the Dutch project, basically filling... the Dutch project is filling the lakes with land. If we're not busy building dikes next to the water, then we're just like making artificial islands. Right. A single ore patch is not gonna have more than 200 mining drills, so Let us take 4 stacks of mining drills worth of efficiency modules. We have the miners. Then we're just going to need the standard stuff like belts and undergrounds and stuff. I suppose we don't need too many, because we're just going to hook it in right in the back. Out of red splitters, out of red underground. I don't think we're really going to need those this moment, but we should probably replenish those at some point. Yeah, I think we don't need anything else. Let's just go, because we are in coal trouble. Can we see if we are consuming more? Yeah, we are consuming more. So our consumption is 65k and our production is 60k at the moment. Yes, they don't check for if they can actually walk over there for the expansion algorithm. So as long as there's a land chunk adjacent, which is why the center of each 9 chunk area is fully landfilled, they will select it for enemy expansion all the same. You need power lines. Oh, dang it. I don't have any. I have 40, I suppose. I have a stack of copper plates, so despite despite having literal chests of these things cursed at my base, a byproduct for making the rare ones, I just cannot seem to get rid of them. Where are we going? I suppose we just throw it down south. Here's actually some good chunks, so we probably want to go, annoyingly, we want to go north through this forest with the belts before hooking up to the back of here. Let me first see if I can make a nice system where we can match up. We can do some belt weaving shenanigans just for the fun of it. So that could be a belt. We probably should go offset by 1. So this won't be a thing then. It will be this guy coming in first and then just meeting up with that belt. Kinda makes more sense. We do need the belt weave, so... Alright, then second belt. This one needs to meet up with this belt. I'm not sure if we can do it like this. Suppose we could do the other side belt weave here to make stuff more confusing. Oh wait, no, we are joining up with this belt. I don't know how that's gonna work out. Belt 3 will then come in here. That one needs to go into this belt. Oh, we can go back to the start again, I suppose. Or can we? Okay, I'm confusing myself right now. I want this to be as stupid as possible for some reason. Alright, let's make it slightly less stupid. We're not having a coal problem, so I can just switch these belts off. No problem. Let's just at least hook that one up. Second belt. I do want to do the belt weave. We can just continue the belt weave. Alright, so we should do the other color belt weave here. This belt needs to connect to here. And then just go straight. Okay, that is solved. Now this one can make it to the other side there. So this belt now needs to meet up with this one. So we're gonna need something like this. Alright, that will work. That is belt 3. It's already looking very cursed. And then belt 4 is just the bottom one. And we can go yellow again here. And have the original belt go in between or something. Now I have coal on the belt where there should not be coal, so let's grab that off. That was the former quality coal belt. Alright, does this look confusing enough? I think that warrants a light. Do you have any clue what's going on still? If not, then I'm happy. I think this one should be here to make it more cursed. Alright, that is actually not possible. I think, yeah, this should be okay. So let's actually check if we drop some coal on these belts. I just picked up some. Will it actually go? I think so. I guess we'll just hook it up and see if everything moves. This is another belt weaving masterpiece. Let's not think about it. Where is the chunk border though? We are in this chunk. So basically what we want to do then is probably just to go straight. Those copper miners can go. Here at the oil patch. Where is coal? Coal is still a bit further. So we probably want to maybe come up here on the cliff side. Maybe a little bit further, because then we don't need to go through all of this forest. It would be better to go on this side of the chunk a bit. So we can maybe come around this cliff side then, maybe on this. Yeah, that is more acceptable. Ends right here. That is fine. All right, we'll go on this line then. Yeah, we're gonna build the belts the other way though. Sufficiently cursed. All right, I'm glad I have the approval. This is the worst. This is hurting my brain. We don't call it going Dutch when we split the bill, we just split the bill. Right. Coal miners. I don't have a lot of power poles, but we don't need that many, I think. We could actually do something like redundant power by hooking it up here as well. Suppose we're gonna have a little bit of wood from these patches here. Let's first again lay it out a bit. We want a 4x4 splitter. We first need to grab decide on the alignment. Of course, it's again 5 coal miners wide. I would preferably go one tile to the left. Let's go to the frontmost position. Okay, does it catch everything in the back? Kind of, except this 500 coal height here. That's good enough for me. So we'll build it like so. Let's see if I was not mistaken about those 200 mining drills. Alright, so this is all covered. We'll delete some of the fake mining drills again before we build it. Can't even see if there's anything. Okay, there is something. Alright, and this one is a little bit to the back. I think we'll just mine that one up quickly and then we'll deconstruct it. I think those trees just have to go. There is no way around it. Alright. That's going to be the coal mine. Now we have to build it a bit smart. So that my bots don't wear themselves out. I think we can do 2 halves. Why are the mines excluded from this? Wait, what? Why are the mining drills excluded from the ghost blueprint? That is weird. I guess this works. Let me put my modules in a chest, which I do not have on me apparently. And then we can build it. All right. Oh, I was planning to Control Z everything into place, but I need to first Control Z my chest then. So, if the bots only fly a certain distance, below a certain maximum, they won't actually recharge up when they come back in the armor. So we're kind of exploiting that to run a stupid amount of roboports off of a very limited supply in power. You can see they don't have the recharge animation when they come back. They're actually taking no power at all, despite me just running on solar panels. The batteries are still absolutely full. There is no power incoming. Right. So that is 94 drills. Enough for about 3.5 belts now with the mining productivity level we've got. And we need to go out on that line. So let's find a 4x4 splitter kind of thing. We have that's quality. I suppose I should... Of course. One of the few chunks which are not in my base, they're expanding to currently right there. Let me switch off those chunks. Where do I have a normal splitter? I already would have built one. I just built one. Alright. So let's bring that down a bit. I think those trees are just gonna go. We do want to meet up the 2 outer belts. I suppose those can become 1 belt completely. 15... 26 mining drills. That's exactly 1 yellow belt with... mining productivity 2. So we'll do something like that. That's gonna be one belt entry. And then these are just gonna be the other ones. And that's good enough for me. Do I need to side balance the other belts? I don't really think so. Let's just run it like this. I am trying to prevent the brownout. Let's just spend a stupid amount of time. Let's see how's the tank. 15k, it's the end of the day. It's not reaching 25 anymore. Let's try to remember to look at it once it turns night. Oh god, now we gotta do the chopperoo thing again. Yeah, but no, that one has to go. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. Here it's not fine. This is fine now. It's maximum gaps of 4 and all belts should be connected. I can let the bots build it if I'm smart. I think I just do it from the map view and draw. Yeah, alright, like so. That's gonna cost me a little bit of power. But then I do not need to worry about it myself. Alright, I think again that is alright. Let's do the second part. Dutch processing cocoa, I presume. No. We're just gonna make more landfill islands. More islands made from dirt in the middle of the lake. I don't have any in the radar vision, but basically these fish ponds and these islands are next to them. To encourage the biters to not expand instead of expanding, looks like we can make a couple of power lines to actually connect it now. We are still not winning, no. I'm still doing way too much stuff by hand to be winning. Didn't you say in some video a long time ago, you can usually separate the veteran good Factorio players from the beginners by how long they avoid building stuff like a mall and bots and stuff. Well, I'm over 200 hours in. I do not have a real mall. This is my mall. I have belts and a hand feeding area. And I do not have a bot network whatsoever, just some personal construction bots. Details. The run you just finished, it took 10 hours to automate belts. It's not Pianodons, I'm pretty sure it's not Pianodons. Did I already switch on the mine? No, I should place a radar there as well. Look, I'm doing the other pro thing of just using my trash slots like extra storage for things I want to have on me, but not cluttering in my inventory. I'm way too addicted to personally using these trash slots, hiding the repair packs away from the bots in combat. Just absolutely nice. Alright, we'll hide one in there. That world with no weapons whatsoever. Oh, nice. That sounds like that already gets my brains turning. Like, okay, how? I'm not gonna think about it. I think I'll be busy enough with this run for the next year or two. I suppose this is the moment we switch on coal. Means I should probably make a save for that annoying guy editing Mike. And the radar vision is there as well. Okay, brand new coal mine coming up. Thanks, the Reaver of Darkness, for agreeing with me. At least somebody agrees. I can carry that. Alright, that was just a little bit. We still need to go all the way here. We already designed the meetup point. Probably should have first brought coal over, because now we're gonna have to wait a bit for coal to actually arrive. Of course, we want to see the new cursed joining mechanism in action. Let me actually check just to be sure if all belts are connected. They seem to be. Alright. Alright. Okay, I want predictions in chat. Will this work first try, or do I need to make alterations? Got a minute or so. Works. All right. I won't let you look at it. Put a fish in that little lake. Suppose we can. We're too lazy to fish ourselves these days. It will work first try. Definitely alterations needed first try. Okay, most people have faith. That is good. This might not be possible actually. You need a reasonably large amount of water. Try and put it in. Let me grab one more, then I can have several attempts. You need to have 5 fish in your cursor to do that. No, it's not possible. It's not possible. One more try. Zoom in a lot. No. If it's too close to land, it will automatically drop on land. Even here, if I put it too close to land, it's just gonna drop on the land. You need to be pretty far over the water to drop the fish, unfortunately. Would have been nice. Okay, I'm gonna speed up the game just to get the coal over here, because we're gonna be waiting. I guess I could run back to the base. We have some more copper up there. Alright. This is my spread out copper mine. We have this mechanism in place to throw it back onto the belt. Good thinking by that old my guy. This is now all the copper we need for 720 signs per minute red ammo. 1 copper per red ammo instead of 5. Which means instead of using the super big mine, which I originally planned, we can now just get away with half a belt of copper for red ammo for military signs. Right. we can waste the time. I forgot to look into the storage tanks. At the moment it became night. Now let's see if one of these belts backs up or if this contraption works. First try. Let's zoom in. Here we go. There goes nothing. Try inserter. Inserters need a stack size of 5 to do that, I think. I suppose we prioritize the old mine. But first let's just see if all bells keep moving. Okay, we've got a thumbnail right here, I suppose. Well, looks good to me. Right, first try crew, you win. Thanks for having faith in me. It's always better to have faith in me. Now we're gonna switch priority to the old coal mine though. Is this correct? That one, that one, that one. Yellow belt, yeah, okay, I think we've got the input priorities correct. 4 full belts of coal flowing into the base, good improvement. It's gonna take the coal quite a while to get all the way over there. As it has to go like, it's not going to the base, it first has to go down a lot and then goes around here, goes back to the right, and only then it starts going back up. Alright, project 1 of the day complete. Waterfill, that's a beautiful splitter junction. You are not going to find that in any standardized blueprint book anytime soon, I don't think though. Wait, you can put fish in the water? Yes, you can. Play any of my later 10,000 signs per minute base streams and you'll have a good chance of catching my starter lake, which had 100,000 fish inside. Kind of a side project. Alright, so we're gonna have full belts of plastics again. We're gonna have... Let's look how bad the situation is now. It's night. Okay, steam down to below 10k. Boilers have severely run out. It is not 9k. It's pretty critical already. We might just... No, I have a lot of coal on me. We have that crappy chests system at home where we every time throw the wood, the stone and the coal. I think we can maybe just take this coal, except like 1 piece or so, as a placeholder. And it looks like we're gonna be making landfill with these bricks as well. I'll just quickly do that first. Just throw all that stone away into landfill. New chest there. Empty chest, empty chest. Wood though, not quite empty. I think I'll move the furnaces to there. I do not plan to make even more power lines. I don't want more chests of those things. Alright, let's go fill up the tank. It is now the end of the night. Steam engines are almost off. Minimum about 7k it looks like. We are switching to solar again. Steam has just switched off, alright. We're gonna throw that extra coal in the boilers there. Because it's gonna take at least 10 more minutes for that coal to reach the base. And this belt is still not full. We might just black out or brown out on the next night. I don't know how severe the situation is, but we got the coal, so let's just try and help the situation a bit. That was all of it already. Okay, I thought it would take a lot longer. Do we see something in the steam department? Okay, there we go. So this is our average steam production. And we're just gonna have a temporary spike. So that is good. Alright. install accumulators and no more blackouts. No, not really. I don't have enough solar panels to charge the accumulators during the day. So I would need more solar as well. But I don't really have space for more solar. Unless I like fragment it out all over the place, which I don't really want to do. I gotta look at this map a lot longer, so ideally I just wait until I can laser this base before I... and then just make this area bigger, laser this base, and then just build out solar panels as much as needed on this side of the map. That is the ideal. Alright. I suppose we're just gonna hope that that will suffice then. Do we need to do anything about military signs? I think, you know, we have this extra stone mine here, which is not moving at all, so the other 4 stone mines are producing enough stones. Keep our walls producing. Yeah, we definitely have enough copper for red ammo, as we just saw here. We need like half of these mining drills, so that's not a problem. What about iron though? I forgot to place a raider here. Apparently. $125 drills. For 72 furnaces. Okay, that is not gonna run out either. That's like 3 bells of iron. We've got way more than that on here, so this is fine. How about grenades? We have 2 bells of iron for grenades from this giant mine over here, so that's fine too. And then we have coal, 4 bells of coal, which should be moving all the time. And that should be 112 drills. It's 133. 15 extra. So this is probably the first mine which needs some backup. We do have like some patches, not that one, but this one we could take from. These ones we could take from, I suppose. I think we're gonna fill up the military science chests before that whole problem is gonna be an issue though, so we're probably not going to worry about that right now. So then, is it time to go do the Dutch thing? We are gonna place the accumulators before the laser fights. Yeah, that is... we are gonna do that. I first want to do the Dutch thing though, because I've been taking away at my green expansion land for the biters. You can see one on the water, it's working right now. This was blinking just 1 second ago. Which one is next? Okay, next one is in my base again. But they switch every 4 minutes now, so just this one was blinking. We want to make more chunks because we've been taking away, and the more expansions settle in the lands, the more annoying it is going to be for me to make progress later on. As well as there still is a small chance the entire playthrough could end. We don't have laser turrets just yet. So a single unfortunate expansion might just spell the end still. And we've collected over 100,000 landfill by this point, so we gotta go spend it. We've got 100,000 landfill, and we've got the running armor. Not this one, but this one. So we have the speed, we have the inventory space. I think we should go for it. Right, so I think I'm just going to have to put away everything. Once we're back, we're gonna need to make new bells anyway, because we don't have anything left. We just got a couple splitters. My mole has run out. Red bells. I suppose let's put them in here as well. I do want to take my bots and the other armor. And some chests. No inserters, no power lines. We can have those in the trash slots. I do want some of those with the raiders. We might want some extra raider coverage. Basically to discover a larger area up here. We now got just like 2 uncommon raiders. It takes forever to scan new land. So we might build a couple extra. No pipes, no pumps, no lights, no miners. No. And landfill also no. Well, yes, but also no. I'm going to place my trash slots very carefully in this chest over here. Or maybe not very carefully. Let's just grab everything, throw it in there. We'll grab back the radars with the power lines and solar. Repair packs. Do I need safety mechanics? Maybe I should take the safety mechanics. We might pick up miners on the way back. Then I need these. We don't need any of this though. Okay, I'm gonna take everything anyway, am I not? I'm not gonna take everything, but yeah, I should not leave the safety stuff behind. So let's keep this back. These we need to reclaim mining drills, which we might do since we're doing that once we're in the neighborhood anyway. So let me just grab another half stack of walls, I suppose. Alright, that's exactly 100 magazines. I suppose in this one stack of landfill, we want to take landfill anyway. The rest of our inventory is going to be dedicated to landfill. So now we can carry the maximum amount. We'll just stuff 2000 landfill in here. Then we have another like 10,500 for inventory. Even with this setup, we still have like 10 trips worth of landfill to run back and forth. Holy moly. Thanks, No Thunder. What about putting down quality solar panels? I don't really have quality solar panels, and unlike accumulators, I don't really think the quality solar panels are worth it that much, with 30% extra power generation, whereas the accumulators have 100% extra power storage. So it kinda feels beneficial to go for those. Right, where do we even start? 104k landfill, man. We also still have this quality stone in these chests, which I never hooked up to a wire. Fine. I suppose we'll just start grabbing from this side. These should be fairly empty. All the landfill will be in the front. Alright. One inventory. Okay. 747. Go do the Dutch thing. Yeah, for platforms and ships they are good because space is limited. Space is expensive as well, but each tile in space costs you 20 steel and some copper just to have the foundation to build anything upon. So a single solar panel is like a 3x3 area, which means that is I cannot do math. 9 times 20, that's like almost 2 stacks of steel just to place a single solar panel. So then the quality stuff starts to matter. But then we just go for rare ones. I'm gonna save my uncommon steels for laser turrets though. Instead of 10,000 solar panels. That is basically all my steel. Yeah, we're gonna need that for the laser turrets. Where am I going? Okay, another chunk in my base. I was looking for the chunk on the water. We are going... Where am I? I'm here. We are going... Basically... Just need to make a marker where the entrance point is. So I don't mess it up. It's right over here at this chest. Alright. So now we have a marker on the map. And the marker where the base is. So we can run between the two uninterrupted. Right, what do we got in here? Some more landfill. I suppose I cannot carry more at the moment. I can carry one more stack in my hand, but then I cannot put it away anywhere. So that is a little bit annoying. So we won't. Let's just go. Where actually are we going? I want to fill in this area, but I think first we should go up one time and move these raiders further out as well. Which means we're going to do more of this puzzling kind of stuff. Figure out where the biter bases are by looking at the map and the chunk borders. Then figuring out where the red expansion chunks are, which is 2 chunks away from the biter bases. And then chunk 5 to 7 is going to be green chunks. We've got a blueprint for that. I think it's on this bar actually. So we can hover that over there and see which chunks will count like biter expansion chunks. I think we're just going to pretend that any green chunk on the water also has a biter base, like so. Because they are likely to expand there at some point in time. So I don't want to make like landfill chunks here, which later get invalidated because of biter spawns. Before we do the entire puzzle, I think we're just going to go ahead and move up. I think we first gotta do the biter expansion puzzle a little bit. Yeah, let me just put that on 1 real quick. Alright, so we're just gonna place those green chunks on the border. Okay, that border is there. Biter base is in this chunk. I hold the blueprint there. And we can basically just follow the outline. The next one is here. So we go straight. Up diagonally 1. Actually, this one goes up 1 already. In the tip. Tippity tip. Then we go up 1 here, and then it goes up diagonally again. And again. I think now we're already at the other side here. Here's a biter base. You can tell that by the spawns, which are adjacent to the biter base. It's a 5x5 entity, that's a nest. The other ones, which are like 3x3 or 4x4, those are worms. So this is a nest as well. That is a nest. It looks like there are biter bases then. One in this chunk, in this chunk, in this chunk. But not on these coastal chunks. Not on this chunks either. And in these chunks. In this chunk over here, but not in this one. Here and here though. This guy is over there. That doesn't really count because there's definitely biter bases here. But not quite on the edge, so that is okay. And then the furthest we know is here. There's a biter base in the forest and a biter base over here. No biter base over here as far as we know, but there is one over here. And for the rest we need to scan more terrain basically. But this already overlaps, so we go out here instead. And then diagonal. I want to at least have the outline there on the part which I can see. Then we gotta place the red ones. The red ones just propagate and a 2x2 area from every biter base. So 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. This one is 1, 2. This one does not matter. Okay, we skip this area. Biter base in this chunk, but not over here. This tiny expansion is actually in 3 different chunks right here. There's definitely biters in here. I cannot really tell if there's a nest in there. It doesn't look like it. These ones are in the southern chunk, and this is just worms. It doesn't appear that there's biters there. But this biter base is exactly in the southern chunk. You can see 3 of the tiles on the bottom, 2 at the top, so that one is here. And then this one is in here. That one seems to be only in there. And then we're gonna pretend that a biter base is in here, because this might get expanded upon in the future. So this just continues straight then. Here we go in, 1, 2. Stay 2 chunks away. This one, 1, 2. Okay, so that basically disconnects completely. So we're just gonna ignore that corner. And then we got this biter piece, which comes out like so. Technically this is good. This has a small chance to be expanded upon at some point. I'm not really sure how I should count that. Alright, so that is, to the best of our knowledge, the current situation. All of these chunks will be green. Technically this goes like so, but we are unlikely to do anything with this land over here. Now we just gotta find the best 3x3 square pattern which fits in there, but we can do that a little bit later. Now I know which chunks I will be filling in. So all of these chunks are part of later chunks, so we can just keep going straight for quite a while and maybe place the raider here, or maybe even more to the left as well. If we place it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 more chunks to the left, we can actually explore this area here as well. So that is, you can now easily see this with the blocks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It has to be done in this chunk somewhere. Somewhere over here would be good to have a raider. So it might be a little bit far. And then here, I'm supposed to have most of the land area connected, so I think we'll just first go place this raider, then this one can start scanning. Then we'll do the same equation stuff on the other side. How do you quickly copy these markers? You can press the pipette tool on map markers as well. But be careful, it is very easy to copy them, but there is no hotkey as of yet to quick delete them. So you will need to open the dialog and just go to this tiny button every time you want to delete one. So that is a little bit less fun. Yeah, let's just go up there then. I got my raiders. We can displace a bunch of raiders actually. I got 40 solar panels. So that's enough for 8 raiders. I suppose I want to keep like... I think I want to place most of them here because this has a large area, whereas this one has just a corner. Maybe we'll just split the raiders evenly. I don't do the hyperactive stuff. I tried doing it with the shorts a bit a couple years ago, but it's not really my thing. The hyperactive editing style. Alright, so, yes. Actually, we probably should just go to the inside of the chunk here, because... well, this one technically is not part of our area. Well, yeah, we can just go straight. Let's just go straight. We're gonna pick up this, though. We do not need to do that by hand. I cannot pick up that. We can pick that up when we come back. Right. New raider. We're gonna do it a bit more extensive than just one raider this time. I'm gonna need my minimap for this. So I can see my map markers. Oh, this is so much better than it was before with without the power armor, without the running armor. Mamma mia. Alright, I think we just switch the inside here because we want these chunks but not the outside ones. And then we can basically go straight line after this chunk right here. 1, 2, 3. Then just go straight to the left. Is that a word? Till we arrive at our desired chunk, which is this one. So I think we just copy this. I have enough solar panels for 5 raiders. Maybe I should have brought more. We can do like 8 raiders here now and just bring another stack of solar panels on the second trip. We can do something like that. Doesn't really matter where we place it, to be honest. So that is why I'm deliberating about that for way too long, because it's not important at all. You know, as soon as something is not important, I spend ages deciding what to do. Yeah, that looks good. It's a temporary thing, but it looks okay. I think I'll just let's save here as well. What is 100 gigabytes of extra saves? We just switch the armor, I think, and the bots will fly out automatically. And there we go. Yeah, I do not really want to explore more land. That is true. We might be generating a bunch of land here now. But I've walked around in this area in the early game already. Most of this area. So we might have generated this land already anyway. And as far as we know so far is mostly water here. So also if some land generates here, it's not connected to any land. That doesn't really matter to me. Still think we're gonna increase the ratio of green chunks in general, even. I mean, this is just a tiny bit of land which we potentially generate, whereas we are gonna be doing way more. Alright, so that should scan quite quickly. Yeah, we're gonna do way more, what's it called? way more green chunks here than that we will generate extra land, I think. The running armor was an excellent decision, man. Oh yeah, I gotta throw the fish back. We might actually start a new fishing pond. Alright, given that I did 8 raiders there, I think we're just gonna do a stack of landfill here now. Before we do it in the other direction. Actually, let's run over there then. Because there I know where I want to place it. Look at that speed difference, man. Zip. I'm not gonna play a 2-hour game of fish chicken. They take over 2 hours to spoil. 453,000 game ticks to be exact. Alright, where are we now? I went too far already with this superb running armor. Alright, I think placing landfill is still gonna be faster. Doing it by hand. Okay, we got this entire yellow chunk area here, which is basically, it is green now, but if a biter base settles in this green area over here, it won't be green anymore. So I suppose we're just gonna kind of avoid that. I got how much landfill do I even have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11k. Should be enough for like 5 of these blobs. A blob is 2k. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, we have a little bit, probably not enough landfill to do everything. How did I do this again? I think we just make the central... Oh no, we went around the outside. Alright, we went around the outside. All of this. Right, no, one more. This chunk is not going to be covered by any land chunk, so we're going to ignore this one. This chunk is also not covered by anything. Actually, the first chunk covered is this one, so we're going to go 3 more chunks. 1, 2, 3. Before going down. Then we just go down to the cross over there. Over here. And go around. This chunk is not an expansion chunk, there's no biter base within range. So we'll skip that one. Can I potentially run into aggroing biters? It's a little bit scary. 4 chunks to the right, let's zoom out. 2, 3, 4. Dramatic landfill music. Oh, you should hear the dramatic music which goes over my green science explanation in the to be new episode, which I'm editing at the moment. Alright, I went too far because this is not going to be anything. I'm not going to manually deconstruct that, it takes forever. We have some companions to do that. So basically, yeah, how the music which with the current episodes ends is going to be the continuation of the next episode, and I have this super dramatic music, and I'm going to be explaining green signs. Does not really match up too well. Suppose I'm just going to landfill these 3 chunks anyway. If they get invalidated, we can deconstruct those. Okay, there was an expansion there already earlier, but that is just worms. There was a behemoth worm there. That does not change anything. So here we got a behemoth worm. That means there was an expansion in the behemoth era. So yeah, these chunks might get invalidated still, but I'm fine with that. Similar to these ones. Okay, once we got the outline in place, the rest should be fairly simple again. 2 chunks. 1 more. Okay, there are some biters there. Also, I do not want to get too close to the edge, because I don't know when they'll actually start saying, okay, this chunk gets selected for expansion, but this location, it's close enough, we'll go there and settle there instead. But they don't always settle directly in the chunk they select for an expansion, so I do not really want to get too close to the land to prevent that from possibly happening. Right, now we just go back here. Yeah, like if they select this chunk, will they settle here? Probably not, but it's kind of hard to actually know. These chunks get ignored as well. Okay, so we're around. Okay, that was the worst part. Now we just start double zipping. Over the entire distances at a time. I should really deconstruct those fish which are in the way, but I cannot really be bothered. I had to speed up the game to like 4 times game speed before to do this at any acceptable rate. Now we're just spending landfill like no tomorrow. Right, we're here now. So that line is done. It's like one of those football stadium grass cutters. Make all the tracks in the... all those lanes in the grass. American Homeowner Association would be proud. How nice my fish lawn looks. Alright, nothing is happening yet. But now the magic will start to happen. Suddenly we will have green chunks appearing over all of these squares which we just prepared, as we are gonna reach the minimum of 103 tiles per square. Currently we're at 94. So here we go, the green circles will start popping up on the minimap. I suppose I'll add another save to the 200 gigabytes of saves I have. Let's go. Pop, pop. Okay, I'm looking too much at the minimap. Okay, the first chunks are in existence. Further still, further still. Okay, that is too far. Plop the plop. Here they come. Alright. Not bad. Last little section. Okay, not last little section. We've got quite a bit to do on the left side still. Alright, there we go. That is completely filled in now. Unfortunately, to actually make these work like they're intended to, still cannot get one to blink on the water for now. We gotta fill in like all the center ones, which are marked with the green symbol. If there's no land chunk adjacent to one of these chunks, it does not work. There's something fishy going on in the code. I don't know exactly what, but you know what we could do? Let's switch to the other armor. We gotta charge up that battery a bit anyway. We're gonna save the fish from these chunks where we are gonna place the actual landfill. Now we can make this a bit bigger. Also, I do not really want to run at a giant speed when I'm placing these giant swaths of landfill. A bit hard to control. I don't think we're gonna have enough to do it all. Dutch tic-tac-toe. Dutch tic-tac-toe, but I start in the center square every time. It's not the winning strategy, if I remember correct. Alright, we got a couple more landfill blocks over there. So this one. Okay, I think I murdered that fish before the bot could pick it up. Don't tell anyone. So yeah, the circles on the yellow blocks are still green because no biter base is here. If a biter base settles here, these will become red circles and they will be basically worthless. Oh, this one's got a ton of fish though. Oh, come on. Alright, 1.3k left. Of course, I need to fill in 2 more squares. So I exactly don't have enough. Uh, 500 blocks remaining. How many were in this chest anyway? Okay, we have enough. We're gonna pick that up and then build the last one. Let's switch to the running armor. So then we don't have to come back on this side anymore at all. Yeah, I forgot the finer details of winning tic-tac-toe. We could play a game where I just mark it. No, we're not going to play a game of tic-tac-toe. This is a serious stream. I don't think we need that. We can pick this up and take it home. Now we just need to mark something else, like this wall piece or something. No, I should have a chest here. I should have a chest here. You can make a Sudoku out of it, that is true. Actually, yeah, if I find a 3x3 square which I can completely fill in, I promise I will make a Sudoku game on the map. Chances of that happening are quite slim though, because the byte configuration has to be like exactly right, I think, for that to happen. With both sides playing perfectly, there is no winning strategy. Is that true? I thought there was. I thought the winning strategy was not preventable. Wait, let's not forget. Alright, this area is done. I think I'll just spend some time after the stream to delete all the map tags this time. Because we're gonna have a lot of those. This was just one inventory. We potentially have another 8 inventories to place. I should wear the running armor. Also to charge up the batteries there. Yeah, we might get to use our 16 extra solar panels for the first time, really. Infinite draws. Okay, and we're not gonna figure it out. It's tempting, but we're not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. Alright, so yeah, I need this chest because now I can just drop that in there. We have 5 more solar panels. We need to restock on raiders. Let me just keep that in my inventory so I remember to do that. Of course, we gotta drop the fish in our home pond somewhere. 1.3 kilometer to run back to the base. Doesn't really matter anymore with our running armor. Forgot to release the fishes. Now we're bringing them home. We're giving them a new home. We're gonna give them a new home. Yeah, this coal belt is really drying up. Are we still running on full power? I didn't even check. How is the steam tank? Tell me it's full. No, it's not full at all. We're at 1.9k. Is the coal belts full though? Coal belts are full. Right, so we need to, basically, we are not bringing in enough coal from here. There's still plenty of gaps in the belt. I probably should prioritize. We need to upgrade these belts. And then it can float full speed. Or I need to upgrade this area over here. Okay, so we need to upgrade that, or we are going to be brownouting. Did we already though? It doesn't appear so. We will see it in the science graph if we were. No dips yet from the labs, but we are running out of steam. Okay, we gotta fix that real quick. Kinda dumb of me to just hook up a new coal patch without actually... that was the wrong one. Without actually checking if it was configured correctly. I think we just need like a couple like red belts. Or something. So let's do that first. I don't think we need anything else. Let's just take all the belts. Have a quick look over there. Well, the Johnnies don't shoot my base. Let's go around. Alright. So I think the easiest thing to do... I want to cycle the other side, do I not? No. I mean, just this is an option as well. And then just have this side load on here, or just splitter it in with a priority splitter. And that's 2 full yellow belts coming in, so that should be good. The gaps should be away now. But let's just give it... well, it doesn't help, it's a yellow splitter anyway. We can do this. We can do this. Yeah, that should be okay now. Right, hopefully my mathematics are correct, though. It's getting night again. This is gonna take a while to arrive again, so let's look how critical the situation gets during the night. It might get pretty bad. We're pretty close to actually not using 3/4 of our labs anymore, so the lab power draw is gonna go back down to 54 megawatts, because the next technology is not gonna be 45 seconds per science pack, but only 30. And I'm gonna stow away these belts, and then we're just gonna monitor. Okay, it's still night. It's not run out yet, has it? 2.5k, okay, it's not looking great. Let me grab some more solar panels. So that allows me to build another 8 radars on the other side. I should get rid of these walls. And this coal, I suppose we can bring the coal to the boilers. The boilers probably won't mind. Starting to get light again. Okay, these are empty. They're empty. 30 steam remaining. Okay, there still should be some steam in the steam engines themselves. No. No, we're brownouting. Oh no. Oh no, there goes my science graph. Exactly too late. Oh, that is annoying. That is majorly annoying. After 10 hours almost of perfection. Ah, the tiniest gap. Do I have the overproduction to like even that out? I think I do. In the 10-hour graph it will not be visible. It will be visible. There's going to be a tiny dip there. Ah. Alright, let's check though. Can the red belt bring in enough coal? Let me save here. Where's my last save? Thinking about it. No, this save was before I started doing the blobs right. I'm not gonna do that again. Am I gonna do that again? I'm not gonna do that again. I just want to look. Did I already place all the landfill? Then I might do it again. This was just the vertical stripes. No, we're not gonna do that again. Mistakes were made. So be it. Alright, we have a red belt of coal coming in. A piece of coal is 4 megajoules, regardless of the quality. Which means a red belt transporting 30 items a second can bring in 120 megawatts. of power. 4 megajoules times 30, 120 megawatts. If we look over the historic usage of the steam power plant, it uses less than 120, so we should be filling the steam tanks again. Also, we can actually check what the average usage of the steam power over solar is, and then we know how much percent of the day we are running on steam power. And then we know what the max power draw is, so let's do that. 92 megawatts of steam over 92 plus 267, which is 359. So this is the ratio, this is the part which steam is delivering. It is 25%, 26%. So that means we can do right, this does change with yes, this is just the average over the entirety. So 25%, we can basically do this power times 4. That's our maximum. A little bit less because it's 25.5, so let's use 90. We'll use 90 times 4. That is our maximum power draw. 360 megawatts, huh? It cannot be. Can that be? Am I doing this wrong? Maybe I'm doing this wrong. Let's try these numbers. I think I'm doing something wrong here. So we have 100 megawatts over a total of 390, which is the same number, about 25%. But here we get a different result. Oh wait, yeah, because we're not using the maximum. Alright, no, I have to do it differently. 25% the steam power, I'm bringing in 120 megawatts on the coal belt, which we're using a quarter of the time. So we can do 1 divided by this, which is basically 4, times 120 megawatts. That is 480 megawatts, which we actually cannot do with these steam engines, which is fine. At least the coal belt brings, that means the coal belt brings in enough to run 480 megawatts, while our maximum power is actually 460 something megawatts, if I remember correct. Okay, so 1.2 megawatts. Alright, let's check that. $480. Yeah, not 1.2, 1.17. Yeah, the steam engines do 900 kilowatts times the quality. That is basically what they're doing. We have 400 of them. Wait, what? So 1.17 times 400. Okay, so 468 megawatts max, and the solar panels are basically 60 kilowatts, and we have 7,800 of them. That's going to be also 468 megawatts, so that is the same. The cool belt brings in enough to do 480, so the red belt should be enough. The red belt, of course, should be enough as long as it stays compressed. That was the issue. It was not compressed. So we can run the maximum this base can do, which is 468 megawatts in the night on the solar, on the steam. And in the day we supplement everything for solar. So yeah, we're fine. We're fine. This should go up again. It's the end of the night now. Let's see if it runs out. 2.6, 2.5, 2.4. Would accumulators have prevented that? Yeah, good question. How do I charge the accumulators? I can charge them in the daytime. They won't activate. Probably accumulators would have prevented that. Well, maybe not. Maybe not. It just would have drawn empty my Steam earlier. But we could have charged up the accumulators in the daytime a little bit more with the solar panel. I don't know. Maybe not. Let's not think about it for too long. We gotta throw the fish in the starter lake. I suppose this is the official new start of the fish pond. We haven't fished up a single fish from this pond just yet. 125 are swimming. We're gonna get 240 companions. Swim, fishes, swim. It's not gonna be as dense as in the 10k SPM map, but we can throw in a couple there. Alright. The brownout problem, the smidge, the stain on my resume or something like that is there for everybody to see in all the graphs. Even the 10-hour one will have the dip. I think the 10-hour one will have the average still on 1000 though, so that's something. Okay, next inventory wheel of this literal garbage. Let's go. Yeah, for this one night they might have prevented it. The thing is, I did not build my steam power plant in such a way that I can prioritize the accumulators over steam. So steam will empty out first before the accumulators do anything. Basically, the boilers are connected directly to the steam engines, and then a pipe goes to the steam reservoir. So I cannot just pump it out from the steam reservoir and leave the steam engines empty, since I cannot separate the boilers from the steam engines anymore. Alright, up we go. I think it's time to do the other side. Let's see what the 8 raiders discovered. Oh, there is land on the other side. There is some land over here as well. So this might connect, or maybe this goes like so, something like that. This radar will scan only until here though. That is how far we set it out to scan. There is no expansions on here though, so it seems likely that this land did not exist yet before we actually walked there. Okay, there we go. Okay, there's no biter spawning. Oh, there is biter spawning. So these chunks are actually being generated right now by the raider, which might not be ideal, but we're gonna do it anyway. Who is selling valves? I don't know. It is hard to build large on Fulgora though, because of all the different shaped islands. You cannot do the usual thing of just spamming down a design, since each island is shaped differently, and I don't know what it takes to get the deep landfill. I think that is hidden quite far away, right? The actual foundation stuff. Is that not like all? Yeah, that is all science packs. So it's gonna be a while before Fulgora seems very buildable. Okay, now we gotta basically do the same sort of evaluation for biters over here. Something changed. You can see these yellow chunks actually are now red, because biters have indeed settled yet another expansion in these chunks by now. So that is the new biter layout. We've got a big nest right on the edge here. This nest is in this chunk. The other ones are in here and in here. And in here, but not in here. Alright, that is the shape there. This is just this expansion here. There's an expansion there, but not here, only that chunk. And we've just got this chunky base over here still to map out. I suppose these two are the relevant ones for us. Maybe that one. Alright, so this is no longer true. This dies, this is now further out. Okay, this one might actually be important as well. Two chunks out. So that's the new shape. It does not appear that they will settle more on the coast now. Alright, this one is all the way out there. So that means up there, goes up. This one's out here. That is rocket fuel. We are officially researching laser turret now. Hey, that's gonna be good for my SPM. Look at that, it's going up. It's going up because military science is in all the labs. All the science is in all the labs. The bottom row is gonna dry up quickly now though. But for a little bit, for a brief moment, we will be having 1500 SPM, I suppose. That's gonna go to 1.5k until the stuff in the bottom labs runs out. They're already running out. That is going to undo the stain on my resume there. Laser turrets incoming. 1 hour 45. No, not 1 hour 45. Yeah, see 150k at 1000 SPM, 150 minutes, 2.5 hours to laser turrets. Of course, then we still gotta wait a bit for the damage upgrades. Okay, science is starting to fall. And pretty soon only the top half of the labs will still be active. Alright. So yeah, we'll be back at 1k SPM in about a minute or 5. Let's continue doing the interesting thing. Of drawing red squares on the map, red squares next to the circles. Playing biter tic-tac-toe, I suppose. Oh, this is gonna be pretty close to the land edge. I'm not sure I like that. Okay, there could actually be biters over here for all we know. So let's not really go too much further here yet. We do see that there are biter bases here. So this is for sure red. And since the land curves inward, it's pretty likely that this will be the case. Probably just going to go... No, we're just gonna wait for the scan to complete, I suppose. So what do we want to do then? Probably we want to just bring this over on the same horizontal. So that's the absolute top chunk right there. How far do we want to go to the right though? I have no idea. I mean, that could be like, this could be a lot of water. I did walk around here a lot in the early game, so this is all probably generated already anyway. There's just going to be a bunch over here which is going to be generated. Let's just go in the furthest chunk out which we reasonably can. We gotta draw the green squares on the map now. This biter base changed a bunch of this. So now we can go actually out a lot more here. we actually can already go up here because of this guy. This is a pure diagonal. So that's the new shape. Alright, now we are diagonaled out. And then we diagonal further. I think we have to wait for more info before we can draw anything significant over here. It seems pretty likely that this is gonna look like this though. Even with these biter bases, already all of these chunks, regardless of what is here, can be filled in. So if we're gonna go on the same level, suppose we just go maybe in this chunk right here. I don't know if that's placed. Yeah, it is placed. Alright, so it is. I did paste it, it's just not visible yet. So now we just go over there then. We gotta pick that up. I suppose we will go here. Because these chunks are actually part of it. Then we can... we want to go up here. Basically... over there. Alright, so no, that means... No, that's fine. We can go. We can go here. And just turn here. As planned. Let's do that. Alright, so let's go there. Before we can pick up the old ones, we gotta have space in the inventory. So here we go. Radar side, other side. You might as well just turn on generated chunks. Yeah, let's take a look at it. Show generated chunks. Alright, these chunks are all generated. So you can see it's a pretty large area around what is actually visible. Just because of me walking there, it generates 20 chunks away from where you walk, which is quite a sizable area. So even by walking here, I already generated a bunch of chunks, which are just now being revealed. Actually, these chunks might not actually exist yet. No, these chunks do not exist yet. There must be something with the gradation of green, which is not very visible. But these chunks do not exist yet because there is no expansion circles on the edge here. So these chunks exist, but there are no entities on there, and the game won't let biters expand to a chunk next to a chunk without entities. So that's why there's no expansion circles on the edge of the map there. Here we can see these are already generated because there are expansion chunks on the edge of our map here. But we haven't generated much terrain beyond that, so... now we just go this way. Build me the X. One chunk further. Alright, and then we go up. We can just go up in a straight line-ish. And go up on the inside. That way, yeah, all of that will be placed in a space where it does not need to be deleted anymore. We're not super close to the biters, so that's alright. Hey, C-Rex. Yeah, I should actually get up and stretch a bit. Let's go place those raiders, and then I'll get up and stretch a bit. I haven't moved the muscle yet since we started the stream. We should see the raiders blueprinted on the map somewhere, then we know we are far enough. There they are. I'm just gonna go out to here and let the bots build these raiders. Should have space in my inventory now. Alright, that's gonna reveal some stuff. Oh, it's gonna take them a bit. My bot's carrying capacity is still 1, so they only place 1 piece of landfill at a time. Flying biters, I already was ahead of them. Yeah, we have a wall against flying biters. Everybody knows a chest high wall is all you need to keep enemies outside, right? Right, so we should be on the same horizontal. Yeah, we are. There's actually enough raiders in this chunk, enough landfill in this chunk to make this an expansion chunk. Look at that. There's a red one though because we place a bunch of entities inside. So hopefully this will finish scanning before we actually need to place all the landfill there. Alright, let's just see what this thing reveals for us while I do a little bit of stretching. Thanks Lugo for the Prime subscription. Always good to see people pickpocketing Jeff Bezos. What do the red squares represent? Okay, somebody else already answered that. What would really be scary is tunneling biters, I suppose. Alright, I'm gonna take a quick sanitary pit stop. I'll be back in a minute or two. Could just take the break in the leak. It's good I'm not wearing those virtual reality glasses. But you never know what might happen. We're in the leak anyway. Let's just go. I left you without sound. Looks like the soundtrack finished. Let's switch on something. Alright, not too much in terms of discovery yet. I'm gonna miss it. Oh, okay, the radars are out of power. Okay, I'm not gonna miss it. Right, so we have to wait a bit on this side. I think we can just start the puzzle. I probably should move away. I was gonna say I probably should move away to not generate more chunks in the background. Because me standing here was already a bad idea. It will generate more chunks. Just by me standing here. So I'm going to move back to the southern area. We picked up some fish. I suppose we can keep it. We put it in the home lake. We could have done rare accumulators here at the night, and no, this doesn't really matter too much. 3/4 of the scanning power without accumulators. It's less of a pain to just build it without. Okay, are we safe again? We have the Book of Weird Measurements thing. So this is the area which potentially is generated around me by just me standing here. I suppose this all will be generated anyway. I think we're good. Let's just go down a little bit more. You have to pick up this anyway, actually. We need to change again. I cannot wait to get the mech armor. Only 5 million signs on Fulgore. Alright. Now we gotta figure out the puzzle. Where are we gonna place the chunks? This is gonna be a lot of let's try without the extra green chunks, but I don't think I can do that. 1, 2, 3, and that's actually not too bad. So we got this entire area blocked off. Here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 chunks, which is not ideal, but I guess we can keep doing that pattern. It kind of clashes with this one. Okay, so this area we've completely got covered off then, if we do... If we do here, this is entirely covered except this one chunk there. Not all of these have a full 9 chunks, but you know, this is a weird shape, you cannot have perfection here. Same for here, we got like 4 chunks deep, so we probably just want to ignore some of that. We could do this and have this covered like so. Then there's 3 chunks, which is annoying. Fourth chunker there. I think I have to do this. I cannot understand what I'm doing if I don't have all the squares around it, man. So this is only 4 chunks. If we fill in that one, that is like a desperate one at the end, then I suppose. This could be 6. This one could actually be 7, then we do not want to do that one. And we'll just leave these 2 chunks out of reach, I suppose. I think that is fine. Another one here, which covers all of these, so that's okay as well. Now we got a flat line here. We can individually assess this area. So ideally from this line out we would do something like so, which creates an annoying area over there. What about... Oh, we might actually... we might get some biters on here, and these areas might connect later on. This is definitely going to get expanded on, but the question is in which chunks. So I don't think we should assess that area further at the moment. At least not for the part where they overlap. We're going to have expansions here as well, likely. Alright, you know what, since we don't know that quite yet, let's just let the scan complete. Is the scan already complete? The scan might be complete. Okay, the scan is complete here. And then the question is, do we just want to move it out to the left and to the right a bit more? Probably we do, because this scan is going to go to here only. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 chunks. So we want to move it 7 chunks to the right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Right, and then the question is, how far do we want to go inland here? Probably not too far. Because this is pretty soon gonna meet up anyway. These are worms, that is not biters. But this red chunk extending from here is pretty soon gonna meet up with red chunks extending from here, and then it's no longer worth it to go to the left too much. I think we could definitely learn like 3 chunks to the left still. 1, 2, 3. Suppose let's go 4. Let's go 4 and just see what happens. So we go that way again. And then we just spend our landfill on the part we planned out so far. I wonder if Flevoland is full of green expansion chunks. For those of you who don't know, Flevoland is a province which did not exist in the mid-1900s. We created it by just doing what I do. Throwing a bunch of sand in the lake until it's an island. A big island as well. Time is what this run has, yes, yes, we have a lot of time. I live there, alright, nice. We change armor time. So I suppose we want to take like half of that. Maybe we can just come a little bit more close by. We can just keep going straight. These biter bases only block this area. Expansion, yeah, probably we go up there, so just need to go up on this side of the chunk here. Let's also take that landfill. I can carry it. And the speedrun achievement. If the speedrun achievement is also times 1000, I still have 39,800 hours to finish the game within 40,000 hours. I think that's a valid comparison, isn't it? Oh, okay, there's some big guys close by. Let me just copy the half of it. Let's just place it a bit more close by. Alright, so that's gonna discover that. The other radars we're gonna place on the right side. So those can fill in the gap between these two radar zones. I love that landfill is deconstructible now. It's a bit cheesy, but it's also very nice. It was always such a nerve-wracking moment when you had to precisely do some landfill task. Because any mistake was irreversible. Alright, so that should reveal all that we want to know. Probably for forever. This is a... Look at that, man. Look at that huge body of water. That is an insanely big body of water. Not even comes to... This was part of it as well. This part is already very big. And now this giant ocean is connected to it. Alright, we are gaining more knowledge on that side as well. I suppose by the time we filled in that area over there, we are going to know all that we need to know, so let's go. 40k hours, about 3.5 years non-stop. That should be enough for sidetracking, alright. We already are there again. Yeah, this is the northern edge right now, so we'll start going around here, 2 chunks to the right, and then I just look at the mini-map. I suppose that is indeed not in range of anything. Shape looks a bit weird on the map. So this is actually not in range of anything. So this is the outside line. Should I just make this one and just to showcase that there's nothing there? Let's just make this one, just to showcase there's nothing there. So this one is already completed, and there is no circle on there. It's not completed. Now it is completed. There is no circle on there. It would help if the circles were on. If the circles are on, there is no circle on there. So this is indeed a chunk that does not have any landfill. So... these fish did do nothing wrong. Let's pick it up. Oh, that's a nice shape. Sort of a shield. Alright. Let's keep going. One more to the right. 3. And now we just stare our way down to the existing plot. I suppose we're ignoring this, unless I want to make a full land chunk right there. We can do these 5 chunks. But the chunk itself won't be an expansion chunk. Yeah, that is fun. Let's actually do that. So these chunks are all valid. But this chunk itself is not, but we still need to fill that in. Looks like we're doing this one first then. Alright, so we're making the circles here. But the circles won't work yet until they have a land chunk nearby, so I have to make it this one. Because that's the only one which touches all 5 of those. So yeah, let's go. Grab the fish. It's gonna be a weird chunk. Alright, there we see. This chunk does not have an expansion circle, it's too far, but now it makes these ones valid. I mean, now we did everything we need to do. I'm not procrastinating anymore. We've built all the 4 science packs we need in order to go for Vulcanus or Fulgora. Yellow and purple science, we don't have a chance of doing anything with those. Except maybe for elevated railways if we go for Fulgora. But this I can do it. I will have I have boxes with 600,000 steel for building space platforms, which we can also use to supply steel for purple science for only this one cheap tech that will be about 600,000 steel as well. So we could get this, but that's about all we get. The next science pack we're going to make is space science, and that has to be made in space, which means we need to wait for rocket silo, which means we need to wait for 17 hours for this technology, plus another 6 hours or so for those. So not procrastinating, everything is built. We've been running 1k SPM for basically all the time. Alright, now we just continue the outline. Complete the entire outline before switching to the inside area. All of this is valid, so let's go. I feel like I'm so close by these biters. It's not that bad actually. Alright, now it's just a long line to the left. Yeah, biters are far. Not that far though. They are on the screen. We're at the southernmost where we want to be. Now we just ignore that one. Just go up here. Just pretend that this goes like so. Yeah, like this, I don't know if that is too close. Look at that behemoth biter there. So if they select this chunk, will they make an expansion here? Not that it matters in this case, but it might trigger some other unexpected behavior if we let the biters think they can expand over here and they actually start parting in some way. Now that's the entire outline complete. Then we go up one chunk here. And that's the entire outline complete, at least the part which we planned. Now we can do the double line again. Let's go left and right and then up and down. It's quite a sizable area. We might run out of landfill before we completely fill this in. What is the name of this track? Fulgora 2. So if you switch on detailed info, it shows you the track which is playing at the bottom here. Just in time, it's finished. Yeah, I like the new music, but I just cannot understand why they didn't give the songs titles. There's even like a weird title where one of the planets has the hero song has the wrong number on which it's based on. It's a bit weird. The original OST has like thematic names like pollution. Dang it, I cannot remember any of it. Solar intervention. All of them have good names. The oil industry. Efficiency program. Some of the better ones. Even the not so songy songs have names like transmit. But the new ones just have planet and a number, which is kind of unfortunate. Kind of takes away from their identity. Not that anybody cares. Just me, I edit videos, I look up those songs all the time. And it's harder to remember them as well, which one is which. Because they don't have distinct titles. I even understand that they have different names on the official album as well. They are kind of mixed up there as well in terms of how they are in the game. They did give them titles on the CD, yeah? Really? The Steam OST release. Okay, maybe I should take a look at that. I could just buy that instead, I suppose. And then use the tracks from those folders. I suppose it gets downloaded onto my machine then. It looks like the first set of stripes is complete. It's working. Look at it. It's working. It is working. It's not all in vain. I'm doing this for a reason. The biters are not making an expansion right here currently because they think they can make an expansion right here. Alright, good things. Suppose we're gonna make circles. I don't know. Make circles. I'm probably not going to do anything with these saves. We're just gonna do one bit and then skip over to the end. Editing mic will catch up. It is good because there's no markers on the map here. So this is actually a good save. Making the green chunks at a rate of 1 per second. These are not full value. Why not though? Oh, look at that. I missed that. There's a biter base in this chunk right here. It's not a valid expansion chunk itself, so I didn't look at it for some reason, but there's actually... So this land, this chunk has less than 103 tiles of land, so it's not part of an expansion chunk. But it looks like it does count. I wonder if expansion chunks do propagate from this biter base. I don't know it actually. I suppose we just keep the chunks now. But yeah, they are not full value. Gleba does have really nice music. It really helps you calm down when you're about to throw your entire PC into the water. Or out of the window because you're so frustrated at the spoiling mechanics. It is good that it has a soothing soundtrack to go with it. Looks like we're not gonna get around to filling in any of the squares here in this trip. One more. Alright. suppose we finish this part up here first. We're gonna run out of landfill real soon. But that is that. We don't have enough for that area even. But we can do a quick run back to the base. We got the running armor now. It doesn't really matter. Demolisher approaches. I gotta get my hands on the separately released OST then, man. Okay, anything in my inventory? Just some fish. The raider stuff. We're not gonna grab more, so let's put this back. I suppose fish even spoil when they're in here, right? Yeah, they just keep spoiling. Okay, you never know. It could have been an exploit. All right, so we go back to the base, drop the fish in the lake, pick up more landfill, and go right back up there. Is there a back down to 1k SPM, as it should be? Just for those of you who didn't see the splitter yet, this is the pizza slice splitter. Perfect when you want to swap around belts or make alternating belts. It has priority output, set like so. Do you already know what planet you will go to? No. I think it's gonna be Volgora, just for the fun. But I don't know, maybe I should just do Vulcanus, because this playthrough also should not take forever. It's already taking forever-ish. Just gonna have a quick look around the base if everything is alright. Yeah, these coal belts are drying up fast. And there's copper on my coal belt, that is normal, don't worry. People mix those together all the time in Factorio. Quality copper and coal on a belt. Yeah, let's first drop the fish before I forget and they spoil in my inventory. That would be awful. These fish haven't swam far yet. I guess they go idle when I go out of like 8 chunks away or something like that. Okay, so I just need to pick up new landfill then, and that's it. Everything here is still okay. Let's look at steel. So this is my steel supply, 635,000 steel. Copper cable has caught up, almost 600k. That is going to be my space platforms. 600k divided by 20 per platform is 30,000 space platform tiles, which sounds like a lot, but it's just like landfill. That's only 30 chunks worth of space platform, and we might want to make a lot if we need to get first of all 1k SPM from space, and second of all it would be great to send down some extra iron. Hey, another chunk, this time in the base. No biters are gonna get there either. Alright, this giant Gordian knot still hasn't untied itself. How is Sign actually doing? 86k, so I suppose at the height we had about 90k in the chest. Now we're gonna be feeding out. We're gonna have the full belt outgoing. Here we can see we are consuming about 910 science packs a minute. We are producing military at a rate of 805, so that is why we build up the buffer. So far it's working well. No kills on the gun turrets, okay. I still haven't violated the rule. Everything looks full. How's Red Chips doing? How is these chests doing in general? We should empty them at some point. We can do that maybe after we... Yeah. If these chests fill up, then the entire system gets clogged, so we should empty those out. 300k red chips. Yeah, I suppose that's fine. Everything appears to be working okay. Alright, so these two labs are still active. They will get deactivated at some point as well, I suppose. With everything good so far, let's grab more landfill. Is this going to be a video when you eventually finish? I'm already making this into a series as we go along. Still haven't finished this one yet. I think this one has the most. Oh yeah, right, we need to fill up this as well. And we can take a little bit extra. How much is still left in here? 70k. Alright, let's keep going. I do not want to do a 1000. I hate the spoilage mechanic. Glebba is not for me, man. I'm not gonna do challenge runs where everything spoils. That's not my cup of tea. That sounds like something for Dog Jade or Anti-Patience maybe. Yeah, it's gonna take ages to make enough steel and space to make the space platforms in space itself. So I think I'm just gonna launch them up. Rockets are not that expensive at 50 ingredients each. Where am I going? I'm going the wrong way. It's more about just running out of iron slower on Nauvis than anything else. This why is this chunk not green? It's missing the bottom row. There we go. Now it's green. So I missed this entire line, I suppose. Let's just first finish the horizontal. I get taken off guard by this not being here, thinking I'm doing something wrong. And now we should be able to just zip up and down again. Right, beautiful. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 times 1,000 landfill to fill up. Not quite 1,000, we might have enough to do that in one go. We see this chunk, it's working, it's working, it's working. Told you. Grabber is okay relative to a kilo. I like a kilo, but it is really finicky to set up with the we should switch to the other armor again to take the fish. It's really finicky to set up with, especially once you need to go out to another resource. I mean, it's not that I have a giant amount of experience setting up any planet. I only did all the planets once in the new player experience, so maybe it's not that hard if you do it right. Alright, this one is part of the expansion chunks, unlike that one. Oh, I did fill in this one, but these two are not going to be adjacent to anything. So that was a mistake. Now we're just going to keep it. Yeah, now we just need to fill in the ones which have the blobs in the center. Just go large. Right. Okay, next one. It looks like we missed two chunks here. Yeah, this is not filled in. Bot-based grabber, that might be a better way to do things. That way, if you do bot-based grabber, technically it's pretty hard to get stuck, right? Because you can just everywhere where spoilage appears, you just filter it out with bots, and you have the functionality where you can trash unrequested, which means spoilage will automatically go to the trash slots as well, even from stuff like requester chests. Yeah, that sounds maybe like a pretty viable way to do grabber at scale without having the risk to have anything back up. I did a completely belt-based grabber in the new player experience, but that was not very possible to scale up very well. Burner inserters don't freeze? Are you sure about that? Because even heat pipes freeze, if I remember correctly. And pipes carrying 500 degree steam, they freeze, if they are not externally heated as well. Let's keep track of the fish all here as well. Alright, one more to the south. Once you figure it out, it's so easily scalable. I haven't figured it out yet though. I'm still very scared about Gleba. I have no idea what to do there. It's a bit of a problem that I don't have an idea how to approach it, because it's a 1000 times science cost run, so I better do it right. Heat pipes don't freeze? Alright. Alright, you use the heat pipes to... Oh yeah, you use the heat pipes to heat up other stuff. I was... yeah, I was... In my mind were the pipes, not the heat pipes, the steam pipes. With the 500 degree steam inside or something. Alright, 500... Oh no, we have more. 2.6k remaining. Okay, 2 more chunks to go. We might have exactly enough or exactly not enough. I think we have exactly enough, miraculously. Do we... This should be... No, we are 16, 16 landfills short to filling in this area. We are missing 16 pieces. Maybe the raiders are done. These are rare raiders, they scan 2 chunks further. These are done, so we can pick those up. Oh yeah, this is about as far as we want to go. If there's biters, if there's gonna be biters here. How is this a red chunk? Because of these. This is green. So we can imagine there's gonna be biters here, which means red chunk is gonna be here. There is currently biters here. Which means this red chunk is here. There might be biters over here later, which means this is just gonna be closed off now. So this is basically the edge of the chunkable areas. This is all going to be red. So that's about as far as we want to scan then. And that's going to look like so. There might be a biter base in this chunk eventually. So we should probably... Well, let's just ignore that for now. It's far away. Let's not make the same mistake twice. There is a biter base in here, despite it not being an expansion chunk. Not in there though. And here as well. And here. And here, but not in here. Suppose we pretend there's one in the worst case scenario tile. We might wait for the biters to actually expand before we fill this in. Depending on how much time we have. We could spend some time actually setting up stuff like low density structures, blue chips and rocket fuel. Figuring out how we want to approach that. Although we might do that somewhere during the research of Rocket Silo, I don't see us laser turreting biters for 17 hours straight that it will take to research the Rocket Silo. We'll see. For now, let's just focus on the task at hand. Yeah, we're gonna wait for biters to expand before we puzzle this out. Instead of just assuming worst case scenario, if biters settle like right here, that will be much better for us than if biters settle right here. And if they settle here, all of this will go red anyway. So it's probably better to wait for the biters to actually expand before we make decisions based on what might happen. We can though finish this info graphic over here. That's not going to get worse. There basically is no land up here, so this is the furthest out biter base by default. It cannot get worse than this. That is basically how it is. Alright, so we are gonna come back here though. We can at least do it until this area over here. Maybe we can plan this out a bit. So ideally this is one circle. We don't need the absolute best configuration, so I suppose we'll just go for this. This is only 3 chunks, we might ignore that. This is 5, so that is better. Does line up nicely here. This closes off. That's another 5. And here it becomes a random. We're not going to pick up the radars just yet. Let's just go pick up a new set of landfill. Haven't played Pyanodons. I guess you have an advantage if you played Pyanodons with all the byproducts. But do you have spoilable byproducts or byproducts that just change over time while sitting somewhere? That was the main problem for Gleba, and that was probably because I did a belt-based Gleba. Was things spoiling on the belts, things changing what they are while being on the belts, which was kind of a headache. Pyanodons has spoilers, alright. Legendary carbon fiber. Excess spoiler, just not a thing. You can just burn it anyway, right? I forgot we need to go to the lake. Let's first go to the lake. We've got 500 fish which are looking for a new home. Alright, Rix's lots, that's alright as well. Don't worry about it. Does the lake have a name? No. The one fish in there does though. We can call it Lake Ben, I suppose. Pyanodon got spoilage with 2.0, alright. I wonder how long does a Pyanodon run take to complete? Like, is there an end even? Or is it just like you just keep on going? Or it doesn't have like a victory condition? Hey, we emptied out this entire set of chests, which is this entire set of mines. 79k remaining. How much of that we cannot get, we'll find out at the end. 11k, so yeah, 11k more from this drill, and this mine will be completely depleted. Here, 145k remaining, not too much either. All right. Next inventory, let's go. I think with bots it's also more trivial to set up a system restarter, right? Where you just kick off the system with new nutrients. I think nutrients going bad, I don't know what the usual cause is. For Gleba, I really have only the new player experience to draw knowledge from. I haven't watched any videos on Gleba or I probably have to figure out something. But, you know, Gleba is far away, literally and figuratively. $800 to 1,500 hours. Okay, that's a decent playthrough. First playthrough, amazingly smooth with bots on Gleba. I think I'm just gonna go bots on Gleba to Mars bots. And there's no uranium on Gleba though, so power has to be done in some different way. I think some chunk was missing. Yeah, this one. Plop. Alright. We have these chunks to fill in, which is up to this area, and after that we'll puzzle out this side, I suppose. I think these radars are almost done scanning now. So yeah, accumulators not really necessary, they scan the entire area already. 2 more chunks, then the mouse over says, because this is normal quality radars. So we'll know this, and we will know this area still. Looks like we have to go down a bit as well. Send a couple of these radars down so we also know this area. Or it's not a nice square. There we go. Alright. You know the drill. Just up. There are biters there. The worms are active, man. It's a little bit nerve-wracking. Right up to here and no further. For the time being, at least. These chunks are part of it, so we can go this way. 2 down, 3 down, 2 down. It's like a circle. Building those circles with the circle generator. Two down, then back. Alright, that's the outside edge. That is the entire edge, so double line it is. Then fuel cells per rocket. Okay, that is not. I think that's done specifically so you don't just import nuclear power to every other planet. So you explore some of the other options as well. Right. And time for the horizontal Zags. And the circles are popping into existence again on the minimap. I wonder if I can accidentally kill myself by running too fast and just landing in the water. I do remember that somehow ending up in the water kills you. At least it did in Factorio 1.1. Actually, it probably does not in Factorio 2.0 anymore, because if your mech armor gets disabled above lava, you just fall in the lava, but stay right on top of it without any issue. So it's probably safe now. I could try actually killing myself like that. Let's find out. This is use the save, but what if I select this for deconstruction and I stay on top of it, then activate the bots? They just won't pick it up, huh? Alright. Okay, one more. You could do that with waterfill, the waterfill mod. You just deleted the landfill under you, or you put water under yourself and you died. Right, now we need to fill in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 squares. We easily have enough landfill to do that, so let's get plopping. Suppose maybe we should do the outside one instead. Gotta switch for the other armor then. My running armor is out of juice almost. Vanilla waterfill. Vanilla waterfill? Is vanilla waterfill a thing? I guess it's like some editor exclusive type of entity. If you're interested in fully blocking off any biter expansions, you should check out the Discord. There's a thread on there with a cheesy way which I will not cover in the video or on the stream. Not discovered by me. I feel life should always be a little bit uncertain. If you take out all the uncertainty, it gets boring. Same for this one, it could be just the outside chunk. And I will spend like 20 minutes after the stream to delete all the map text, I suppose. At least I did not cover everything in map text this time. Alright, that's the northern area done for now, until we get some biters to expand on the coastal areas here. So then we can exactly figure out how far the expansion chunks extend. Like this far, or this far, or this far, etc. And then we can build our areas here. So let's delete all the points where there is not a biter base. There's not one over here just yet. There's no biter base over there, so then we can mark them back on the map later. I suppose I technically should keep the radars up then, so they keep rescanning these chunks. So we'll be able to see it instead of just seeing some red circles appear. So we'll do that, I suppose. We need to move these radars down at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 chunks. It has scanned the maximum range right now. Yeah, so let's keep those pairs of 4 radars up. That rescans all the terrain in a reasonable amount of time. For now, we can then go... I suppose we go change those radars. Let's try to charge up the batteries of the running armor. Maybe we can finally use those 16 extra solar panels a little bit. At the cost of a little bit of speed. Yeah, extincting biters is one way. Yeah, just find it in the Discord. I don't really want to throw that information out in the wide world. I know I just said it is findable on my Discord, but only the people who are really interested are gonna actually do that. Could make an auto hotkey script to help delete the text faster. I suppose I could. Probably won't actually finish the job faster. Including the debugging and all, but... Okay, other armor. Alright, now we need to make a copy of this. 5 chunks down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, and that should make a square out of this area as well. Suppose we don't really need to know what's beyond here, at least not at this moment. I don't think we're gonna go here with expansion chunks. This area looks to be the place where it's all being done. We could actually try to make like islands on here where we get a biter base to expand, and that would form another huge area of expansion chunks around itself. But I think we're gonna keep that strategy for when we are really bored and out of things to do. For now we can just look at that. It's working. I told you it's working. For now we can just do the rest of the landfilly things. Let's go down. Let's go. Switch to the other armor again. It is night anyway. Okay, let's check if the steam tanks are full already. Okay, 24 from 25k, that is excellent. We are just starting to draw from steam. Alright, so they are full. They are full again at the start of the night. So that's good. That entire belt of coal did manage to fill up those steam tanks again. Although we are of course not using maximum power, so it doesn't really say much. Yeah, if 10% of a chunk is covered, it counts as a land chunk. Chunk is 1024 tiles. So this is 124, which is more than 10%. You technically need only 103. We're kind of overbuilding it a little bit. Just for the ease of building. Now I have bots, but in the beginning I had to hand build everything. Alright, so now we need to figure out the spacing for this area. That is going to be a bit harder, I suppose. It could be like this chunk over here. Okay, I think we're gonna have to at least try to fill this in a bit. That is horrible. This is okay. That means this is okay. That means this does not exist. So we are missing 3 chunks, or missing like some chunks on the inside here. Oh, this is horrible as well. I have a lot of landfill, so I don't need to maximize the adjacent chunk per fully filled in grid as much, I feel. I don't need to spend all the landfill right now, but I think I do not really want to. Yeah. This is never gonna look nice here. It could be something like that. Got one over here, which is acceptable. One over here, which is acceptable. Wait, actually, this is one chunk further out, so that's already worse. That's not great. We got kind of a narrow bend there. Okay, this is like a 6. This could again be a 6. This ideally would be located one chunk higher. Has a bit of overlap, but nothing too crazy. Then this is a problem because this is, oh no, this is actually exactly 3. Okay, so we can do this. That is also not bad. Then we have this weird area over here. Again, we can do one of those. We are not covering this chunk only, so that is not too bad. Okay, that is pretty decent. We need to puzzle out this area a bit further though. We didn't complete this yet. There's biters there, there's biters there, biters on the back. Okay, just in case we're going on the back side, let's mark everything. Okay. Unlikely this is an island, so biters technically cannot expand into this chunk. Actually a straight line. I don't think there's biters in there even. I just mark the entire nest. This though goes out to here. Okay, and here we got potential expansion candidates, so this ends over here. kind of depends if they expand there or not. If they do, then we have this kind of shape. That looks like a reasonably likely area for an expansion. Even if they select this chunk, they probably will go there, because here's some free land. This is just pure forest. Yeah, we gotta wait for this though. We gotta wait for this. So this is the... Probably should just stop right here. So there might be more if biters settle over here. Right? Three chunks are left out of contention there. So be it. Here we got a difficult situation. Ideally this would be like so, but then there is that annoying area. Look, we could actually make this a full chunk, and it would cover the 5 surrounding ones. That might be not too bad of a solution. It's also great for this one, which exactly fits in here. And then we got another one on the edge right there. Okay, not bad, not bad, not bad. How is this? It is though. That means over here likely. This again a little bit annoying. Could again do one of these things. Are we getting too close? It looks like no, there's still a full water chunk between. Could be a 5er. This could be the rest of it. Drawing squares on the map. Welcome to the stream. Alright, that is then the highest we want to go for now, it looks like. So we'll just square it off. Like so. Very funny. Okay, that's all we're gonna do. Since I give myself a lot of work to delete all these map text later on, let's just draw in those as well. Alright, that's all we're gonna do. Once those are in place, we're gonna do something else. Oh, what does that symbol mean? Well, before there was a star on there, but in a recent update they changed the map text. So before you had this, anything just was green with a star. This was red with a star, and this one was yellow with a star. But they updated it to official symbols, which means now we have those on the map as well. I didn't bother changing them, so yeah, we'll just deal with it. So I suppose we ignore these tree chunks at least. Got it. I'll be a little bit careful. Let's just draw the outside border for now. The inside border is, I think we don't skip any chunks on the inside border except this one, which is not marked. The outside border though, we have to be a bit more careful. So yeah, the symbols, they do not really mean anything in this specific for this specific application. Right, this is already marked. Here we go up. That one is part of some square. This is part of it. All of these are part of it. Everything is part of it. Yeah, actually, all the chunks now are part of it, so I can just look on the minimap. Oh, hello raiders. Yeah, even that one is part of it, alright. Special chunk. Let's just draw in this one, because that's going to be a bit annoying to especially do later. There we got it, already a circle. It's actually not fully green, and that's a problem because the raiders are not an expansion chunk, so I will have to... Before I make any of these into expansion chunks, I have to deconstruct the raiders here, I suppose. Because those are gonna devalue the local land expansions. Okay, we got a new expansion happening over here somewhere. So this will probably be red chunked soon. Alright, then I actually need to delete this. Because the value won't update, it won't be a green chunk, unless I remember to specifically place and unplace something again, which probably will forget. Alright, let's keep building the staircase. Alright, looks like we have reached the top side. Right, I think we are still far enough out from the land here to not cause any trouble. Man, this is quite a sizable... Those are actually quite close by. Oh yeah, this is actually... This is going to be our filled-in chunk, which is going to be a red chunk. It's just going to serve the purpose to be adjacent for these 5 chunks over here. That's why it's so close to the land there. Holy moly. What's the plan today? Do Dutch stuff. About we're kind of done doing Dutch stuff though. It starts to be a little bit annoying. Yeah, we might go actually do something with accumulators. We made 10,000 uncommon accumulators. Maybe it's time to start placing them. Right. I wonder how close by I'm actually for those guys to target me. They have like 48 range or something, which is like a chunk and a half, so I'm really like right on the edge, I suppose. Maybe not that close. Okay, that is close enough. Alright, I do not want to stand in that though. Let's just have it float on the lake. Okay, so we are safe-ish. Let's call it safe-ish. We go down, left. There could be an expansion here potentially, but seems unlikely. Ooh, this is close though. This is too close. Kinda hesitant to build this chunk. I think yeah, I'm not gonna do that. We're gonna ignore that chunk. Not sure how that will interfere with being too close to the land and all. It probably doesn't do anything, but if it does, then the entire thing might come crashing down, so let's be a bit more safe. So here we go, left again. And just down. Probably should be at the other armor. We have the same problem here. I'm gonna exclude this chunk as well, I think. Even though it's technically valid. Alright, here we are, okay. Okay, now we just go. Once we have the outline down, the most annoying part is finished. Then we can just switch off the brain again, my favorite part of Factorio, where we can switch off our brain and just play stuff. Alright. That is the entire outline placed. I have barely any landfill left, but let's start anyway. You know what? We might just throw the little bit we have left over in the middle for now and call it a day. Pick up one more load. Alright, that's all we have. One more trip back to the base it is. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 19 things to fill in. I think 2 more trips and we have placed all that we can place. For now. Do you think you'll unlock legendary quality this run? It depends if we go mega base or not. If we go mega base after reaching the solar system edge, then I will definitely want to unlock it. I'm not sure yet what the full aspirations of this playthrough are gonna be. We gotta bring the fish back to the lake before we pick up more landfill. But I'm really interested in turning this into a mega base, because despite the 1000 times science cost multiplier, the new Factorio Space Age endgame is so crazy in terms of productivity bonuses and like stacked productivity bonus multiplied with each other in stupid amounts that people have been building like bases of more than 1 million signs per minute. Whereas the maximum achievable for normal computers on Factorio 1.1 was more like 10,000 a minute. So at 1000 signs a minute, we basically have a sorry, at 1000 times science cost with 1 to 2 million signs per minute, we have a 1 to 2000 signs per minute megabase. If you convert it to default settings. Which is actually respectable, right? For not like for the new, not for like the true new endgame Factorio, but it could get you places. So that's kind of interesting to see if we can reach that stage. It takes the problem is it takes so much research and everything to reach that stage that it might not be viable to get to that stage where we can actually start stacking the productivity bonuses hard enough on top of each other that we get some respectable signs per minute converted to default settings, of course. Alright. One more time we go. Didn't know the videos are so far behind. Yeah, they are behind on purpose because I think we're gonna catch up real quick after all the base concepts and strategy elements have been laid out, and most of this run has been how to deal with the expanding biters. That was the biggest problem, the most multifaceted problem of the entire run. That has already all been laid out. Now we're just gonna have one more surprise in the green science era, which is going to be covered quite quickly as well. That's going to be another 45 hours in one episode or so, I predict. And then just setting up the science. Well, how much is there to talk about really while getting through all the technologies? There is some stuff to talk about, but the most of the interesting things were the how to deal with the biters. That was the biggest problem. Biters and biter expansion, and we've solved all of that already in the series where we are now. It's no longer a problem. So yeah, my prediction is we're gonna catch up quite fast. I might actually in the future run into the problem still that I don't have enough material for a new episode, believe it or not, even though currently I am, I don't know how many hours behind, but a lot. Wait, this is already not territory. So yeah, we're gonna go vertical lines first, apparently. Right now we're at 206 hours. The edit is currently about 50 hours in, I believe. Alright. 69% on the way to laser turrets. Nice. How much time? 46 minutes until we unlock them. Then we can actually start producing them. Factorio strategy with Michael Hendricks. Once you unlock something, you can start producing it. Very, very smart. Yeah, I don't know how interesting the other planets are gonna be. I'm kinda leaning towards making the series about only being able to research on Nauvis, so we have to keep this base alive. We cannot build labs on other planets. Something like that. So then it basically becomes we will have to do all production on Nauvis, we will have to find all the resources on Nauvis to do yellow and purple signs as well. And the other planets will only be used to send in science packs, basically. So no... Well, we will use the machinery from other planets on Nauvis for as far as we are allowed to by the game's restrictions, but yeah, I think it would be interesting to not just leave the planet and set up an entirely new base on a safe planet where nothing can happen to us. Alright, I think I'm just gonna make the expansion chunks. I do want the radars to keep scanning. If I move the radars inside the expansion chunk, or inside these chunks, then when I deconstruct them, the surrounding chunks will update. So perhaps I should move the radars first. I suppose we could scan a little bit inwards here, it won't kill us. I mean, the land might go around here or something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I don't think we can move in 9 chunks, we will be on the island. 3, 4, 5... 6, 7. We can move in like 7 chunks, I suppose. Let's do that. Switch the armors. You missed the vertical nipple chunk. Well, I guess we'll find out. I don't know what the vertical nipple chunk means. Yeah, I think we're not gonna kill nests ever, even after unlocking artillery. We might just end the game. We might just get the achievement by killing one single nest. I mean, we gotta like capture a nest at some point as well, right? Oh, this might be an interesting one. 7, 8, 9. That's probably just out of reach. Had a breach here before in one of the tests where this base had active biters still. This chunk got selected for expansion. Those biters got selected but couldn't go. And then they called up biters from this nest somehow, which expanded all the way into the base. That was a weird situation. So now we blocked off this base, even though it is on an island. So hopefully that won't happen anymore. But that is... I'm still a little bit feeling not great about that. I don't see any activity on the map though. So I suppose we're fine. But I am a bit nervous about those chunks still. Maybe I should just block them off. Where was that anyway? Okay, it wasn't this chunk, so we need to go maybe here then. We can fill it in already. Right, so we wanted to go over here. Radars are no longer military buildings, so this should be fine. The worm will shoot if the bots come in range. He's too busy screaming, so that's okay. And then this one goes into there, alright? Biter Island might be a good target for your lone biter base skill. Yes, yes, that is true. That is gonna be the one. That's gotta be the one. We gotta set up the artillery turret outside of range of any biters though, somehow. Yeah, that's gonna be a problem. I suppose if we set it up to the closest, if this is the closest base, it will target that one first, right? So if we set up the artillery turret here, it will target this one. Can I just... there's an option like show turret radius while blueprinting or something. Let me check that. Order maybe, no. Interface. Oh, I have that on, so why is that not working? Maybe because I did not unlock them yet. There's a minimum range to these, right? Minimum range 32, alright. Minimum range is basically one chunk. So we can set up this thing right here. It would target that one. That is going to be our lone turret. I'm going to leave that on the map right there as a reminder. That should be the one, yeah. Nice. Thanks for the suggestion, Mildly Blue. You can manually fire it, but if there's anything within automatic range, the turret will already start shooting that by itself. The blueprints do not disappear after a while, no. If you select anything for deconstruction, it will disappear after a couple hours, but if you don't deconstruct it, but blueprints, as far as I know, will stay forever. A legendary artillery and a legendary shell. You guys are asking a lot, man. What do I need for a legendary artillery shell? I should have been making legendary explosives then. I didn't even research explosives, did I? No, not yet. I got legendary coal. I need legendary sulfur then. I'm not making any sulfur, which is legendary. Oh, the shell requires legendary calcite, legendary tungsten. A legendary radar we can make. We can probably make that. No, we're not gonna go legendary. Don't distract me. Don't do it. I'm already distracted. It was in which one chunk? I need to walk over there again. Without the right stimulation. Okay, this one. Let's put it into the map view, so I have to go there. Alright. Yeah, I don't have legendary, I have rare stuff, I forgot about that. Rare is the new legendary for me. Alright, so that's gonna discover a bit more. At least now it's in a valid expansion chunk, which means if I deconstruct it, it will update all the other chunks as well. So I cannot get effed over by that anymore. Alright, since that is done, we can start zagging the other way. We did the zigging, now we're gonna do the zagging. I think I'm just gonna start... we just need to wear the other armor. Let's start at the top. The whole playthrough is epic, but is it legendary though? I don't know, I think we're just gonna cheap out with a standard artillery turret and a standard shell. Alright, let the chunking begin. final chunking for now. I hate it when that happens. But not as much as I hated it when I didn't have bots yet. And my running armor is out. Let's charge it up. I'm a little bit too fast for my own good anyway. Basically what happens is you are misaligned. So basically you are misaligned, walking against the edge, and then you just walk in and you keep being misaligned, etc, etc, and you just make a sort of diagonal thing. And before bots, it took forever to deconstruct all of those pieces of landfill one at a time. Now it's just a matter of switching the armor. It's still annoying though. Right, so these chunks are not green because of these radars now, but once I remove those radars, these chunks will be green. I suppose we are not gonna remove them. I could actually just place them back outside of the expansion chunks once I filled in all the landfill here. We can place them back outside and these chunks will not update. That might be the way to do it. By that point in time, hopefully they will have finished scanning that area. I think they do, because I seem to be blabbering on about this stuff forever instead of placing landfill. So there's a good chance those raiders will finish that sequence. Alright, now I did forget that one chunk over there. Sulfur has no solid ingredients, so the only way to get quality sulfur is to recycle it. I don't think that's true. You cannot get quality fluids, but you can roll... No! I was wrong. Ah, no, I'm not wrong. So we cannot make it from quality ingredients. But I bet you that this accepts quality modules. Yeah, it does. So we can still roll for quality sulfur. I'm pretty sure. We should probably check that out once we're back at the base. But I'm pretty sure this will work. You just have a chance to roll quality sulfur. Just like all the other stuff, which has quality modules inside, like chips. How much landfill do we have left? 4k about. Okay, I missed this zippy zip. I don't think we even have enough to do all the zigzagging, let alone place any squares in the center. We might have to make 2 more trips. Go one further out. So has anyone actually tried making quality sulfur in a chemical plant? I think it will work. Logic dictates it should work, at least my logic. I don't know how my logic is, but my logic predicts it will work. Every machine that accepts modules accepts quality modules. Okay. I don't think that's true. Is it true? Does sulfuric acid accept quality modules? That would be my logic. If I'm wrong about this, then my other logic is probably flawed as well. This should not accept quality. It does accept quality modules, doesn't it? But fluid cannot have quality. But I mean, on the other hand, if I select legendary quality intermediates like blue chips, this will also accept quality modules, even though you cannot go above legendary quality. So maybe that isn't saying anything. I'm gonna try to make some quality sulfur then. Let's do it. Try to remind me, because I will get sidetracked. You need to remember me to sidetrack into the sulfur quality stuff, or I will get sidetracked into a different sidetrack doing something else. That is basically where we're at right now. Alright. Yeah, we're almost out of landfill now. Beacons do not accept. Actually, I don't know. Do beacons accept quality? Looks like I misplaced a double line here. So we're gonna have to quickly wake up the bots. It looks like we're looking at a 2 tripper still to get everything done. I'm about to run out. Oh, beautiful. Exactly on the dot right there. Alright, so we will need 2 trips for sure, because it was like 17 chunks to fill in. Let's go fast again. Only follow the videos first. I'm checking out the stream. See, quite a lot has been happening. Yeah, basically, yeah. I won't spoil anything major. In case you don't want to know, but yeah, we're making extra expansion chunks on the water at the moment. We are not using quality science to save on materials. I don't think that's a thing, because productivity modules are basically better to save materials on science. Like if you consider standard quality productivity modules, they give 4% bonus products for free, whereas quality modules give you 1% of your science packs being a higher quality. Which basically is only 1% extra science. I guess 1/9 if you do the limit cases and whatnot, but about approximately. Should we set up the sulfur right now? Then we can check back on the. We can check on the next. We can check when we're back if we have any quality sulfur. Where is it? Just let me see what I need to take. We have space for a chest. At least on this one and this one. And we are not actually mixing up the sulfur, so that's a bit meh. can actually put this in the chest, but these should be plenty fast enough, I think. Even if we do some quality. I do not want to like ruin blue signs. Ah, no, we can just move this belt. Alright, so we need, what do we need? One inserter. These need to be set to normal quality then, or I will mess up everything. This has to be set to quality 2 or quality 3. We don't have any higher qualities. So we also need like 3 chests and like 3 inserters or something. One more here. Looks like a power line as well. This bell just needs to move up so we can have a gap in the middle with a chest, which is another one of those, and the chest. 3 chests, 2 long-handed, 1 normal inserter, and 1 power line. If I take exactly that, I won't be messing up my inventory. I'm out of chests in general. One of these, 2 of these. I think that was it. Zipping on the belt. Ah, I know what I forgot. The quality modules. Alright, now we can first set this up. Like so. That relies on being on a specific side of the belt, I believe. Alright, and this one with this chest. Right, now we just pick up 9 quality modules. And then we don't look, because if quality works, it probably will be really soon. And we just run, pick up the next landfill, and when we come back we will take a look, and not before. So I will actually use my bots to do this. So we won't be looking at the results just yet. Let's use an upgrade planner. Standard efficiency modules, right? Yeah, right, okay. There we go. Upgrade it. We will never know if it's already started producing. Alright. When we are back, we will have the answer. Maybe quality chest is a thing as well. 20 minutes to the laser turrets. I think that's going to coincide nicely with us being finished with the landfill shenanigans. Okay, this thing is empty. This thing is not empty. Alright. Go, go, go. Yeah, Gleba can have some advantages, because if you ship the signs to Nauvis, the spoilage is also like slower, so it has like a double effect on Gleban signs. Both the science pack has twice the contents of a normal science pack if it's uncommon, and it spoils twice as slow. So those factors multiply together, which with the higher qualities really can add up, right? Blue science is going down. I'm not gonna look. No. I see what you're doing. I see what you're doing. You want to look if you produce uncommon sulfur yet. If blue science goes down, so be it. Can't believe I almost fell for that. Productivity modules seem to be much better than quality for our general purpose. Let's just fill in this area as well, now that we're here. Every time I need to walk around this area, there are some valid chunks in here. It's just a little bit of a waste because it's only 4 chunks and we need to make a full length chunk to activate it properly. But at least I won't have to walk around it anymore. Oh wait, we need to grab the fish. Obligatory. Let's see how fast bots can place a chunk of landfill. Yeah, it's not very fast. And it takes my entire battery. That was a mistake. That was a mistake. Okay, now we gotta change to the running armor. Rip battery, you saw it coming, didn't you? Yeah, I saw it coming too. But we're currently working on making more expansion chunks for the biters. Let's also fill in this one, since we have the large setting still. Alright. We were not done zigging yet. No, we were done zigging, we still needed to do the zagging. Something like that. I get caught up in that terminology sometimes. The zigging was done, the zagging was yet to be finished. Yeah, tough for the bots, especially without the... so construction bots, they usually don't ban a cargo size upgrade. If they build 1 inserter, they build 1 inserter, not 4. But for landfill it's different. They can actually place 4 landfill at a time and also pick up 4 landfill at a time. So in those cases it is useful. Okay, we have greenified every single chunk here. Now we just need to fill in all the ones with the symbol. If you don't know which symbol it is, just say symbol. You know what? I think we can charge this up in the daytime right now. We're gonna just grab all the fish first from the chunks, at least where we're gonna place the landfill. Or maybe I really ripped my battery. Man, this walking speed is so annoyingly slow after being used to the good stuff. Yeah, this chunk. Okay, it's getting night again. Alright, we'll switch to the running armor because this is taking too long. That would be a nice sign for me to know which chunk or which chunks I should be filling. Still faster than the bots, even without the exoskeletons. Alright, this one is empty, so it has to be this one. That one, that one, that one. This one. Yeah, it's not great. I should not have built that landfill chunk with the bots. Now I'm kinda regretting that. Right. Where are we going even? Probably not faster. I cannot put on the other armor before the bots are back in the armor, or the bots will just simply stall. There is no Roboport network for them to go back to. Now they just charge up again when they come back, so that's not great. Unless I just snag them out of the air. That exploit still kinda works. Okay, we get some power back in the legs. Nice. Roport's full, legs have power again. Battery going up. Then we can just wear this armor. Yeah, this was the chunk we decided we're just gonna use for landfill. Alright, that's just about all our landfill again. Looks like one more. Strange music. Yeah, it's one of the Akilo tracks, I think. If it's strange music, it's usually Akilo. Akilo 8. Why is my on 0.9 times speed? How the heck did that happen? Ah. Oh, I was thinking that was a weird stutter. Thanks. I set up my hotkeys to go to half speed and this just adds one. But half was the minimum. There must be a hotkey. There were hotkeys for like other denominations as well, so probably something went wrong there. Must have used a hotkey which I thought I didn't have access to. And that's about it for this one. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 chunks left to go. Radars are done scanning, it appears. Yes, and yeah, just these 3 chunks are left. They're gonna get revealed right now. The last 3 chunks. There we go. Nothing there, just some coal rock, which we don't need. So we can either take the raid... No, we should place him back outside of... Yeah, that is what we were supposed to do. Place him back outside. Let's just grab back this little bit. I might need it. That won't mess up my battery because the flight distance is not big enough. Right, so we need this set of raiders. There's already landfill under there, isn't there? Yes. Alright, so these circles will turn green when I pick up these raiders. So watch it happen. There we go, full green and shiny. We only need to scan that area once. All the chunks are green, so landfilling it won't change anything. We can just place it back outside of range again, and we should be fine. So we are placing it in a chunk that does not have any byte or expansion value and won't have it at all. So this should not change anything. My chunks here, yeah, looks like still have value 1. 1.000, okay, that's good. And even if I place more landfill in here, that does change it. I thought that wouldn't change it. Okay, that's something new. That does change it. But not the surrounding ones. That is strange. Alright. That means I should be able to revert it as well. Not by doing this, but by doing this. Okay, there we go. Did that behavior get changed at some point? I thought I tested that out, but maybe I didn't. So I suppose we can not place this yet. Because I need to fill in this chunk still. Alright, you know, we can remember that. Oh wait, I forgot to take the fish from this chunk. We can remember that because we're gonna go right out and come back here. We're gonna find out now if we can make quality sulfur from fluid ingredients by using quality modules in the chemical plants. Predictions in chat. Will we have quality sulfur in the chest or not? There is there's no chance of us not having quality sulfur in the chest if we can make it. We've been making too many. It would have been a really anti-dream luck to not have made any if it's possible at all. Yes, of course, yes. It looks like everybody's kind of agreeing that we will have sulfur, quality sulfur in there. Yes, quality sulfur works. Irukanji on the OST, alright. We have to go down. I think we already are too far on the left side. But yes, nobody's betting no. Okay, that's not quite fun. Everybody's gonna win. And it's probably true if so many people think it's true. It's probably true. What do we need quality sulfur for? We might need to make one. We'll go for the rare quality artillery shell from the rare artillery turret if we make it that far. To destroy the single biter base, we need to get this achievement in the end. We actually are required to kill a single biter base to get the achievement. We just have to do it with an artillery shell. After that we could kill biter bases arbitrarily, but we're not going to. We are gonna stay... We're not gonna destroy any biter base except the one. Quite a bit of fish this run. Okay, final trip. The final trip to the landfill chunks, the fish farms, the Dutch Waterworks Islands. What's the current sidetrack? Quality sulfur, is it a thing or not? It's a thing. You can make quality sulfur from non-quality ingredients. And it actually is messing up my blue signs. Not immediately, but the belts are no longer backed up, so I'm gonna stop that immediately. If we want to continue this, we will need to... I got my rare sulfur for the rare artillery shell, I suppose. Let me check. We got 10 rare sulfur, which will allow us to make 20 explosives. Is that enough to make an artillery shell? 20 explosives. It is just explosives. We need rare calcite, rare tungsten and a radar, but 8 explosives. I thought before you needed some different like tank shells or something. I don't remember what it was. It looks like now it's just directly explosives. So yeah, it looks like we have enough. We can make... wait a second. No, we're gonna do enough damage with... We're gonna need 2 artillery shells, I think. 1.6k physical damage plus 1.6k explosion damage, 3.2k damage, but the biter base has more hit points already, right? Yeah, already over 3200. So even without the explosion and physical resistances, we're gonna need 2 shells. So we're gonna need... Do I have exactly enough? No, we're gonna need 8 sulfur. We have 2 sulfur too many now. 16 explosives, and that will make 2 artillery shells. All right, we have what we need from this. Oh wait, we have more. All right, I'm being dramatic apparently. What we need is 8. I'm gonna throw the rest back here. We're gonna bring this to the rare quality area because this is going to be our legendary rare artillery shell. There we go. Alright. What is it for? I'm gonna grab 8 rare coal pieces as well. We got those. We did mine up those things earlier. They've been in the way ever since. I'm gonna put those there as well, so I know what I need to make of those things. Alright, there we go. That's all we can do on Nauvis. We gotta make the rare radar. We got the rare radars already. And then it's just a rare calcite and a rare tungsten then. Just use a normal chest. Yeah, we need 16 for 2 shells, but we get 2 explosives per sulfur and coal. So that should be 16 explosives. Alright. Can I at least empty out one side of this area? Looks like I can. We still have got only 30k left. That is not too many. So 4 full chests and this. That is all we've got left. I suppose we'll leave the rest, which we are not gonna spend, just in a chest somewhere north of there. Man, this That's a giant lake, man. That is a giant lake. Look at that. It is... This is the entire body of water. It is as large as my entire pollution cloud from the factory, man. Speaking of pollution cloud from the factory, you know, maybe we sometimes should have a look at that, especially since now we're also doing military science. And things might be approaching on the biters in areas where we didn't expect it to, like here. Those biters are actually in this chunk, so that's a little bit more dangerous than it looks from the map view. On this front we okay. How about here? Here we okay as well. Stone mines are not doing anything, I see. Okay. We did research flamethrower earlier, much earlier. The achievement got reset at this point, but we can make laser turrets now. Yeah, this is a bit scary. Not gonna lie there. Especially here. There's just a single unforested chunk between this and the base there. We're mining 2 belts out of here. I could try to mine just 1.5 belt out of there and just slightly activate this one. That might be the way to go, because this is a bit scary. This is fine. This one... Yeah, okay, so let's do that. Very simple from the map view these days, just flop. And we got like half a belt from here. So we should be producing a slightly less pollution from here, and this mine should activate. It's gonna fill in with another one of those cursed splitters you've come to know from this channel. And we should still keep military science ongoing at full speed. That's probably a good call. Here we cannot really do much except just literally lower grenade production. Let's check the value. Is it near 15 or is it still low? Okay, it is still low, still disappearing. So we are okay-ish for the moment. Let's do the final plopping down of the final plop down of the landfill, and then we're done with the Dutch project. That took way longer than I thought it would, of course. It didn't take way longer than you thought it would, but it did take way longer than I thought it would. Yeah, all the machinery, every single machine has modules in it. If we don't need productivity or speed, it's basically efficiency. Bottom left is pretty scary too, but it has been like that all the time. And there's still like a giant forested chunk which kind of absorbs this pollution pretty fast every time it spreads to it. So it's not really building up adjacent yet. Although this base is pretty scary in general. It's very large. Yeah, I switched on military science production at the end of the last stream. An entire production step which is as large as blue science. And I didn't even think to check pollution once after that during the entire stream today. Huh. Yeah, not great. What is great is now we can run straight here because we invested. Man, look at that. That is way too many biters there. Oh, I know what is going on with those biters. I know what's going on with those guys. That is way more biters than you would expect from here. Every time there is an expansion chunk blinking here, Some guys will assemble a expansion group, then fail departing, and then the biters just reattach themselves to the nest. But during the time they're part of the expansion group, just new biters spawn to replace them. So it's a little bit more busy here than you might expect. Interesting. So we might see that on several other nests as well. Right, we just need a couple thousand to fill in the last chunks, and then we're done. We're getting too confident. Yeah, I am. It is a dangerous moment when you get too confident. It's always like that. Fail at the last moment because getting too careless, getting too confident, not doing the things we need to do, the precautions we need to take, not keeping an eye on stuff. Because no, we're almost done anyway, you know. Almost nothing can go wrong anymore, and it goes wrong. Okay, let's update this chunk. So we gotta delete this. And then just update the chunk. Plop. 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 Now it's updated. Now we can do this. Weird, yeah, how that works. It's exactly the same as it was before, but now it's a green chunk. Alright. Suppose we are gonna green more chunks. This is out of range of that, so it should not have any effect. We can actually just do this chunk instead. Alright, so this is still green. These didn't update. It's so weird because... Let me check. If I place like an inserter here, does it do anything? So like if I will reload that, but if I mess up a single landfill piece right here, it will update with this. But the surrounding chunks don't update. But if I place like an inserter here or something, or anything else, all of the chunks around it update. So landfill only updates the chunk itself, while any other entity updates all the 5x5 chunk area, and the 5x5 chunk area just looks around in its 5x5 chunk area to update the value. It's really weird. Really weird. We don't need hazard concrete. Don't bring back those memories, man. We don't need hazard concrete here. We're never going to go there anyway. Oh man. Alright, so we need to delete those raiders as well. Then, yeah, we need to do that once. Okay, now I wonder, does taking fish from a chunk update the value? So we gotta basically take this up, pick this up. We gotta pick this up in general. Well, I suppose these values will update because this is an expansion chunk. Alright, they do. But this one doesn't. There's a biter base there. Okay, we just need to fill in the chunk. We already fished empty this chunk. This chunk is just a lower value in general because of the biter base proximity in this chunk over here. And now we can place the raiders back. We don't need to do anything anymore there. So this will not update anything. The question now is if I place landfill, we know if I place landfill it will update. Let's override that save. If I place landfill it will update, right? There we go, it updates. But if I fish up a fish, will it also update? No, okay, if I fish up a fish it doesn't update. So I suppose that was expectable, right? It should not have anything to do with player data. Yeah, people have suggested I did it on purpose, the hazard concrete debacle, but I didn't. I was ready to be done with that playthrough. It was really a surprising moment when suddenly the empty void turned out to be not as empty as I thought it was. Right, one more chunk. And we're done. We're done, we're done, we're done. It is what made the finale into... that is what basically made the final into like a 4-piece ordeal. Alright, it's working, we see it, it's working. Alright, good to know, good to know. Now we just wait for biters to expand. The raiders to update the chunks again. It will take some time because most of the green chunks are in my base, obviously. So it will take a lot of random luck for those to get selected. But yeah, that's it for now. We are done with this stuff. We've got, I don't know, too much landfill remaining. Let's switch to the running armor. We're gonna leave that in 2 chests, I suppose. It's not gonna fit in one. Music. Some Glabber track for sure. No! There's Akilo 4. Must remember that. That's a great track. Not ominous at all. Unlike many of the other Akilo tracks. What was that? This chunk below bottom raider. Alright, I thought it was a biter. Chunk below bottom raider. Just mean the marker. I don't get it. This chunk is excluded on purpose. There is no... Actually, there is a chunk with sizable land, but it is too close to the land. I do not want to build that close because the biters might think, we can get close enough, settle there anyway. And if they think they can part there something, they might actually go walking through my base or actually expand into my base if they select a chunk over here. I don't want to risk that. Marked it with absolute. I missed filling in one chunk. Alright. Yeah, that makes more sense. Sorry about that. Is it far? Let's mark it. Strangely enough, I did fish up the fish from the chunk. Probably too much getting sidetracked again. Alright. Oh god, this chunk. This chunk is in range. think I can just do this. No. Yes, that one. Yeah, it's as shiny green as the rest now. Did I now update those? These are updated. Alright. One more time. At least we get more fish this way. So speed up the game like old times. $588. One zeros all over the place. One zeros, alright. Control Z back this one. Control Z back the other one. And then we should be good to go. And everything should be once. Once. That's all we want to see. Alright. Good stuff. Let's switch it off to never switch it on again. Let's get out of here. I'm done with the Dutch projects. How are you liking the new 50 stone landfill? Not at all, to be honest. I don't know why the change was made. Do you have any idea? You were at the LAN party. The thing is, it is something, because stone is not as omnipresent on the map as the other resources. At least not on my map. So it was quite a hassle to get my hands on enough stone for this. I've basically been mining all game long for 200 hours and I got 100k landfill, most of which I spent now. Yeah, I'm gonna blame Arundel as well. It is in space exploration as well, right? The landfill costing 50 stone. So yeah, let's just blame Arundel until we get proved otherwise. Compensate for landfill being mineable. Man, these Johnnies get me every time there. It also just kinda sucks for usage on Gleba. I'm gonna clean the map tags up off stream this time. Yeah, in space exploration it was kinda okay. But for vanilla, meh. Alright. Steam tanks are full, so that problem is fixed. Can we see the 1 hour science graph? 1k. 10 hours. 10 hours, 1k. There we go, exactly 1k. It's actually more than 1k. Despite the dip. It is more than 1k because we changed from a 45-second technology to a 30-second technology. If we do that the other way around, here we switched from normal science to mining productivity, which kinda has the dip the other way because the top labs research at half speed and all of these have to activate. Whereas now it was the other way around, all of these were full and they just deactivated. So we cannot really say it is a true 1k unless we have a true flatline. We'll find out during the rocket silo research, I suppose. If we have a true 1k, we should get a 15-hour flatline. Right, but that was enough. Let's throw the rest of the fish in the lake. It's not going to be as dense as 10k SPM megabase, but at least there's a suspicious number of fish in the Starling Lake now. 1.9k, alright. Okay, that means I can get back my inventory again. Let's switch back to the bot armor. First, the trash slot stuff. I don't know where I put all it. All of this. I think those were there. Those were not in there in general. Mining drills were there. Landfill. I think one stack of landfill should be in my trash slots. I forgot about that. We should pick that up, or it will catch us by surprise. Mamma mia. Done landfilling. OMG. How long did that take? Go do the Dutch thing. 203.44. No, 3.5 hours, man. 3.5 hours. It looks like the pollution is retracting a little bit. Now this one is spreading out. This one basically is very close to the vital bases. So we gotta keep an eye on that a little. Oh, alright. Check this. This is working as it's supposed to. This gets prioritized and we're like feeding military science from here every now and then. Right? Move, belt, move. Kinda depends on how the productivity bonus trigger and whatnot, I suppose. Okay, there it goes a little. So we should be declining here. 73k. It started at 90k, so that's good. We are 100k, 150, about 230k away from the damage technologies completing. 100, 150, but yeah, 230k, that's almost 4 hours still. So it looks like I miss... Ah wait, there's 400,000 signs, that is not 4 hours, it's 7 hours, right. So 4 hours away from being able to use laser turrets. Suppose we're going to make them. At least starting to make them. We should have enough resources for that. I'm probably going to take a quick break though, because I have been placing landfill for 3.5 hours. And my brain is as much garbage as the landfill is at the moment. How much landfill do we even have left? 21k, and then a little bit in the chest up there. We've just built in the last 10 hours. Is it even in the build stat? It's not. Where is landfill? Just production. Okay, we cannot see how much landfill we built. That's weird. This was our handcraft, quick handcraft. This is the production over the last 50 hours. Yeah, the first stone mines at the base and then the 2 big stone mines, which have been declining ever since. Right. Yeah, I suppose we'll go stand at the labs a bit. I'm gonna leave the game running, I suppose. Getting to the point. Let's watch the lake as well. Can we do that at the same time? Get the fish to spread out a bit. Right. I'll be back in like 5 minutes or so. Alright, the mech already. It's a little bit later than I thought it was, so I'm just gonna play a little bit more, get the laser started and whatnot, and I think that's gonna be it then. Not too much to do today, just a coal mine and placing landfill. Sometimes it is like that. The last two streams we did a whole bunch of military science. Today we had a brainless activity, which is good to have sometimes. Obsolete says, I think fish should spoil in polluted waters. The more polluted, the faster the fish spoils. Are you trying to murder my spawn chunks fish lake multiplier? Where should I put all my fish if I cannot put it in the spawn lake? It's quite funny. This one will go inactive as soon as it goes in this chunk. Go left. Go. My point, this one go and yeah, frozen in time. It entered the chunk where it's inactive. All of these will get stuck on the line now if I just stay in this chunk, I suppose. Kind of funny. Why is he doing the Dutch thing? We just made more landfill chunks on the lake. A lot more landfill chunks on the lake. A lot more landfill chunks on the... We have more than compensated for the green chunks we lost on land now. Alright. So accumulators, I think we're not gonna do that. That's gonna take too much time. But we can start doing laser turrets. I think. So the plan is... Do I have 20k of these already? Did I? Yeah, I made 10k accumulators. I replaced the ones which resulted in rare ones. Now we're going to do the same thing, but for laser turrets. Look at that shiny, yeah, laser turret, man. We're not going to make normal ones and roll for quality. We're going to make uncommon ones and roll for rare quality, but we're gonna use the uncommon ones. The rare ones, you can use those on the spaceship. Only difference in quality is range, if I remember correctly. No, not true. Not true. Health, which is actually is not unimportant since we're going to use them on the offense. That 300 extra hit points can come in quite nicely. So, yeah, good. Not useless. The range will be nice since the further out we go, the bigger the nests are, and the turrets will not be able to reach to the center of the nests so easily. So a little bit of extra range is going to be nice as well. Let me copy this. And then I'll just reset the recipe. We are going to gather resources for that, I suppose. We're gonna need a lot of resources for that. My plan is to make 2000 laser turrets. We already developed a blueprint for that some time ago. So the blueprint, that we have a light. Why is it always night when I want to show something? The blueprint looks like this. Basically, these focus the worms. And these focus the biters. And then we basically have it so that it overlaps like so. So we also want to make some of these rare power poles, which are basically miniature substations. Not only the wire length increases, but also the supply area, as you can see. So that is nice. So we're gonna want to make a couple of those as well. On average, if we place these in a square, every one of those will support 6 laser turrets. If they're alone, they support 12. So we can say we want like 1 for every 8 laser turrets or so. If we make 2000 laser turrets divided by 8, it's going to be 250 power lines. We might want a couple extra to just build a chain of these things. Maybe we'll make like 400 of them. Let's see how expensive they are first. But 250 or more. Let's pop that in there. So a stack is 50, so let's use 5 to indicate 250, maybe 400. Alright, so that's one thing. The other thing is laser turrets. Laser turrets are not cheap. Where are they? Here. 20 steel, 20 circuits and 12 batteries. So 2000. Laser turrets require 24,000 uncommon batteries. I already emptied out my inventory. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So this is 20k batteries and 20k circuits, and it will be 10k steel, a full inventory. Let's first grab the batteries, I suppose. We should have those. I think it was 33k or something. 33k. And we have stopped production voluntarily. Okay, so we have one chest and a bit left after this. That is 20k batteries. We need 24k. So like so, and then fill up the inventory. So we have less than a chest remaining. 24k batteries, let's go. How's power? Still stable, or stable again, since we fixed the coal situation from the beginning of the stream. Okay, 24k batteries means we need 40k steel and 40k circuits. I think I have that, but I'm not entirely sure anymore. Okay, 8 stacks remaining. I have 16 chests, so that's like half stack per chest, and now we have 1.5k batteries per chest. Right, now we repeat the same trick for circuits. We're gonna need 20k green circuits if we have them. I think I already went too far. We should have those, and we have more over here. We should empty those chests out. This is probably not too far from filling up. Oh yeah, that is actually pretty full. But we'll first empty out this area. We're gonna have so much copper cable, I just don't know what to do with it. Oh yeah, this is not gonna be a problem, is it? We're gonna need 2 inventories of circuits though. This is only 20k. I missed this chest. No, I didn't. Alright. And a second inventory. I'm not sure I have enough steel right here, but we should have more steel at the blue signs area where it is collected. Right. And another half stack like so. 2.5k, 1.5k. That looks like the right ratio. Can I even fit enough steel in here? Yes, but barely. Gonna fill up 41 slots from those chests. I'm gonna need 4 inventories of steel, man. That is a lot of steel. It's 6, and then we should have 4 left over, alright. And now we just do that another 3 times, if we have it. Man, this is a lot of resources. Alright, so it was either the choice, go uncommon solar panels or uncommon laser turrets. And I think uncommon laser turrets are gonna be way more useful than uncommon solar panels. It's gonna be close. If we have enough here or no. One more inventory. Alright, we have it. Okay, we still have one chest in the bit. Is the range increase that useful for turrets? I mean, I gotta spend these resources some way anyway. Oh, we're gonna need... we're gonna have almost full chest, man. Alright, and then we have 16 stacks left, which is one more pass. And then we have 2 slots left in the chests here. Okay, that was a significant undertaking. Start making... And there's only 2000 laser turrets, so I hope we don't lose too many of them. Here we go. Let's see if we get a rare one over the bat, as always. Oh, it's gonna take a while for these to fill up. I don't have stack size bonus on the inserters, and there's gonna be a lot of ingredients. Hand feeding, heck yeah. I think the range is gonna be nice for the larger nests here, where it's hard to reach inside, because we cannot destroy the biter bases, those are gonna stay in the way all the time. Alright, there goes the batteries. And we're on the way. Hey, thanks Windtalkers NL for the full year of subscriptions. You just tuning in near the end of the stream, but you didn't miss much. We hooked up a coal mine and we placed a bazillion pieces of landfill in the Northern Ocean. Doing Dutch things, you know, making dirt islands in the lakes. Looks like the inserters are not fast enough. Insert this many things. Could upgrade these to like fast inserters. Faster inserters, not fast inserters. I think these are definitely gonna finish before we have our damage upgrades researched. No rare laser turrets just yet, I am not surprised. I'm gonna stand here until I get a rare one. Give me a rare one. Yeah, we're gonna do another pollution check. No rare one. 24 pieces without a rare one. I guess the average is about 1 in 30 to 35, so we definitely will get one on the next one, because that's how gambling works, right? We are due to get one. Come on! No. I'm uninstalling the game. I used to like Factorio, but now I'm addicted to gambling. I mean, what do quality modules even do? What is their function? They don't have a function. They're just there to look shiny. It is rigged. Rigged. All rigged. It's obvious. We're getting into the lower double digits of percent chance that this could even happen. Alright, 56 turrets and no rare ones with a 3.2% chance. Somebody with a degree in statistics will now tell me we're probably under 20% likelihood that this could ever happen. How could an event that is less than 20% likely even ever happen? I'm gonna stand here until we have a rare... Stream does not end until we get a rare laser turret. If you get lots of them, they would no longer be rare. Come on, 64. 64 without one. I want to see how far we can take it now. We've gotten 72 laser turrets. Can we get 100 laser turrets without getting a rare one? That would be low single digit percent chance, I suppose. 2 at once. Yeah, that is a good compensation. Give me 2 at once. No, 80 laser turrets without getting a rare one. I'm reloading. This is unacceptable. If we reload, we have no chances. It isn't like... I don't think it's fixed order. 88, come on. Nope, 88. What is... Okay, somebody calculate. What's the chance of getting 100 laser turrets without getting a rare one? When you have a 3.2% chance for everyone. Every time, for every... Could I do that myself? Yeah, I can calculate it myself. I can do that. That's fairly simple, I think. 96, still no rare one. You just do... What do? You do... take the chance that you do get one. And then just to the power of 100. So 0.95... No, sorry, 0.968 to the power of 104. Still no rare one. What the heck is going on? Looks like it doesn't work when you look at it. That is just how it works. We cannot do to the power of with this calculator. 104? How is it even possible? 112 without getting a rare one. Nobody is allowed to leave. Nobody is allowed to leave the stream until we get a rare laser turret. Don't you even think about it. 3.8% for 100. We're literally in the top 4%. Oh, we got a rare one. 120. 120 before we got a rare one. I was briefly distracted. That is when it happened, I'm pretty sure. Alright, we're 1 in 128 now, so that's a quarter of the expected value. Alright, we're just gonna let it run though. We're probably gonna end up slightly... You know, actually, I mean, not this. This is not a result of that, but I've been noticing I've been getting consistent results of slightly under expected value. That's kind of weird. Like on large samples, I mean, not that far from the expected value, but consistently just a couple percent under the expected value. A little bit, starts to be a little bit too coincidental. I mean, this is not a large sample just yet. We got 2 rare ones and 140. Alright, you're allowed to leave now. Everything is 50%. You get a rare one or you don't get one. Yeah. Confirmation bias, yeah, probably. It's probably not even true for everything. It's just every time I see it happen, I think about it again. There's also a name for that. I forgot what it was. Okay, look left. I'm just going. I just go away and suddenly we get 2 in 1 hole, huh? That is how it goes. I see how it is. Okay, 4 in 160. That is actually 1 in 40. So we're kind of back to expected value-ish, almost. Let's just leave it alone. It knows what it's doing, apparently. better without us. We go and make some rare power poles. How expensive are these boys? Pretty expensive in the steel department. 2k rare steel. Ouch. Okay, maybe we just make the maybe we make a couple less. Basically, all my steel is gone. We're gonna need another row of chests for the. We're gonna need another row of chests for the copper cable. That is pretty obvious. I probably should just start rolling more rare chips with those, I suppose. Gonna get more of this stuff as well. This maybe can just stay here. We're gonna have to empty those chests out. Yeah, I'm gonna pick up everything. We're gonna use the other armor for that, if I remember to take it. I mean, I could just take... No, we're not gonna take the rest. We can just control click our inventories. Let's first grab the good stuff. Let's first go grab steel. We should have tons and tons of steel. How is red chips doing? 343k, pretty good. Yeah, we got the dip, we fixed the coal mine, and it went straight back up where it should be, so that is okay. Here we've got 1.5k rare steel, 13k uncommon. It's not too much actually. It's almost... I can take it almost in one trip. Alright, so 400 is 2k, is about half of my... That is a lot of steel though to invest into rare power poles. So perhaps I should be a bit more careful, just make 200. Actually, with our blueprint, it does seem likely... I made it by like this on purpose. The power line is 2 tiles away from the laser turrets. The biters will shoot the turrets, but these things are not gonna get hit much, except if they're shooting at me predictively and they just get hit by stray projectiles, but the targets are gonna be the laser turrets. I think we are gonna lose a lot of laser turrets, but not a lot of power poles, so maybe I should be a bit more careful. Just make 200 and make more if I need them. That's still gonna cost me 1k steel, but 1k steel is not that bad. Yeah, I think we're gonna go for that. They are too expensive to just mass spam. Right. I suppose we start on the red chip department. It's also gonna be more than we can carry. It's been a while since we emptied out the chest, so I'm curious to see how much stuff we have now. We might have enough stuff to make some more good modules or something, but perhaps I should save these because we're about to unlock access to the Mark II modules, which also require red chips as well as blue chips, so that is going to be expensive. We want to get our hands on those in rare quality. Mark II modules in rare quality are exceptionally good. They have a 2% productivity jump from 7 to 9. Actually, it's not true. Productivity modules get effed over by the normal quality progression. If you look at just the quality modules themselves, they can have like fractional amounts of bonus, right? 1.3%, 1.6%. Productivity modules, however, they get shafted, they get just rounded down. No 5.2%, no 6.4%, just 5 and 6. It's even true for Mark II productivity modules. 6% base. So we should get 7.8% for uncommon. And 9.6% for rare, but we don't. We just get rounded down pretty hard. Annoying. Oh well. There was probably some reason to do it that way. Even if we don't know why. Are you going to make quality rocket silo? That's actually a good question. How do we make quality concrete? I suppose that's what the quality stone is going to come in for. The quality rocket silo is just faster, right? Is that worth? No, I don't think that's... A little bit of speed is not worth 200 rare quality chips, man. I would rather spend those on modules. That is... no, we're not gonna make... We're just gonna build one extra and that's gonna be good as well. Alright. Anything else I want to take? Could take rare iron as well. Let's just go. We'll just do one ingredient at a time. We've got a running armor now, so we won't spend much time going back and forth anyway. So we have plenty to make like more like efficiency modules for machines with only 2 module slots. I think it's the first time to empty out all of this. Let's first grab the green chips. That is gonna be just 3 chips. We don't have enough space for the green chips either. This is kind of bad. I've been hoarding too much, man. Factorio hoarders. Suppose we're gonna go here. What was here anyway? Yeah, we gotta figure out a purpose for all of this stuff at some point. I thought we had a purpose, but looks like laser turrets is not enough. Alright, that's a decent amount of chips though. We can definitely works with that. Until we start making quality blue chips. Maybe we should try to roll for quality blue chips as well. Really? Oh, we still have chips in there as well. Oh god. Oh, there's gonna be 4 chips, man, for copper cable. I'm not gonna throw it in the trash slots. It's just faster to run up and down a bit. Are all these chests full? Yeah, all of them are full. I guess if we do bots we can use active provider chests to just keep these chests empty over here. Or buffer chests, just keep it in there and trash unrequested. One more. There's a lot of stuff. I'm just worried because blue chips, they take a lot of resources, man, and this is just gonna disappear very quickly if we try to make good quality blue chips, I feel. And that's all of that. I think we've got a couple gears up here still. Not really anything significant. But we don't have any gears basically. Got to grab some of the iron from here as well. Do we? 16k, 13k copper. Do I have copper up here? I do. Alright. I'm just gonna stash like 4 chests of copper up there, and the rest I'm just gonna keep... the rest we're gonna keep down there. Same for iron. Actually, I should be just grabbing the iron. We'll keep 8 chests of iron. The rest we'll keep down there. House batteries. Okay, those batteries can go back to the battery department. In case we're gonna be making more. We have the Mark II plates available to do that quickly, I suppose. Copper, copper. Actually, we don't have infinite space available here either. I suppose for now it's fine. I don't know why I did that. These are all full, 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 full. I don't know why I did that. I'm gonna do it on the other side as well. Okay, that's my meter. Alright. Then we can make the rare power lines. Power poles. What does it cost? Hey, we can use the copper cable, the rare copper cable. Alright, that's good. It costs us 5 steel a pop, which means 1 stack of steel is gonna convert into 20 of them. So if I want 200, we just take 10 stacks of steel, throw it into here. And then it really doesn't matter how much of the rest we throw in there. Alright, sticks though. 800 iron into 1600 sticks. If I was smart, I would have taken that iron already from the big storage area there at the furnaces. And then copper cable. I don't really want to count how much, but definitely not more than this. We can just put the rest back in the chest as we're done with it. Okay, we have... we need 10 stacks. Oh, this is going to be a bit hard to divide. It doesn't really matter. I just get it started. There we go. Did you ever fix the rare iron inserts on the right? They don't seem to be inserting anything. Rare iron inserters on the right. Of what? I'm gonna do logistics bots, not like a small network. It's going to be a big network or no network. Alright, I got 1 stack remaining. That is weird. Alright, now we just grab it by doing this. And we'll just throw all of the rest in here. And that should work. Technically. Alright, 200 of them. Okay, that worked. Copper cable goes away. This is all exactly right. So we got those. I think we are just gonna carry those for now. You don't really need anything else. You just need these and the laser turrets. We could try to make uncommon construction bots instead of rare ones, in case they get demolished. Because these things are a little bit expensive to replace, in rare quality that is. On the other side, rare quality is better for not decharging my battery. You know, one thing we could use maybe in better quality as well as repair packs. Zoom 644, I should have 350 left or so. I don't think I have that many left. Maybe I do. I have 292. We could I'm gonna keep those. The thing is, bots fly out with a repair pack for quite a distance if I have my maximum range. Like so. They're gonna repair, the repair pack runs out, the bot will fly back, then the next bot will fly out and repair. It's gonna be a while. I think if I make some better quality repair packs, I can lower the wait a bit. The waiting time. Maybe I should make like 1k repair packs to start off with. We're probably gonna need a lot of them. How much is 1k repair packs? We can make uncommon ones, those resources are basically unlimited. I do not want to spend my rare quality on that, but I think uncommon is good to go. It works the same like accumulators, I believe. It just gives you, yeah, it gives you 100% bonus to repair pack durability. So that basically doubles. It like more than halves the chance that the bot comes back before fully repairing something and needing to send out another bot. It's either that or research the carrying upgrade, so the bots carry 2 repair packs when they fly out. I think this is going to be a good idea. Let me just test something real quick. 757. Uncommon rep packs question. Let's try something out. I'm gonna give myself an uncommon laser turret, which is almost destroyed. Bots should be off. Okay, this laser turret is almost destroyed in a fight. Okay, I see where this is going. This is 1300 hit points. A repair pack. Let's make sure I grab a full one. 300 durability. So how much hit points do I repair? We start at 72. $671. That's basically 600. So 1 durability on the repair pack equals 2 hit points. So that means if we shoot again, as long as the laser turret still has 100 health or more remaining, that's going to be the case almost every time, because if it has less than 100 health remaining, it's very likely that the turret is dead and destroyed. There's not a lot of margin between 0 and 100. Okay, 9 health. Let me get an uncommon repair pack. That basically means the bots are gonna fly out just once, I think. If they carry a full repair pack with 600 durability, they're just gonna fly out once. I'm gonna reload that anyway because I used the editor mode. Okay, there we go. So that has 600 durability. Let's see, can I get this repaired to 1209 hit points basically. That's even better than I thought. I thought they just repaired 300 points of damage. Looks like they repaired twice the damage compared to the durability. Okay, so basically almost every single laser turret which sustains damage and is not destroyed yet will be repaired in one single effort by a bot, one single flight out. So stuff like this is not gonna happen. Okay, the turret is slightly like half health, 670. What will happen now if I have bots active? And this is bad when bots are far away. But one bot will fly out with my repair pack. I don't know if it picked the full health one. And then the second bot flies out to repair the rest of the damage. So that's two flights, and this distance is not a problem, but for this distance it basically is a problem. So that's a good call, I think. It also works well with uncommon laser turrets. Looks like the rare laser turrets would have had too many hit points to pull that off. Now I want to go for rare repair packs, but I probably shouldn't. There's always going to be the one bot. Okay, let me test something else. Okay, the bot flies out with the damaged repair pack, right? Okay, so one bot is always going to be flying out with a low durability repair pack. Alright, 61. Let's switch it off. So now it has less than 300 damage. If I enable the robot, it's gonna fly out with the low durability repair pack. It's gonna come back anyway. Okay, so to fully catch this, I should research the carrying upgrade, but we're not gonna do that. It's only gonna be the first bot, and the first bot should usually be one that is. They changed that, right? It should usually be one that is close to you, so it won't go for the furthest one first anymore, I think. Not entirely sure of that. I'm not gonna test that though, but just to justify, I am going to make those repair packs. We may lose more bots than turrets. Yeah, actually that is true. I will hide the repair packs from the bots though during combat, so they just go in, place the turret, and come back. They won't sit around hovering. And probably think the turrets are gonna be targeted more than the bots, since the turrets are placed in front, the bots fly back, then the next bots pass. We'll see how that works. We'll see how that works. But this is definitely something I want to make. Do I want to make how many? Maybe 800. Let's go 1k. 1k, we have so many resources of these quality levels. We need 10 more stacks of gears. But we only need one line of circuits. Add quality models to the assemblers. I don't really want to end up with a mix. It's going to take up extra inventory space. It's not going to be clear what I'm spending. So I think we'll just stick to efficiency for here. Instead of getting 3 rare repair packs out of these 100, 1000, get 30 on average. But as we just saw, I kind of get shafted. Everybody's unlucky. Everybody's always unlucky. That includes me. Right, let's go. I want to know how we are on the laser turret balance. Still didn't make the assemblers in rare quality. I'm not gonna do it today though. Alright, that is 1k rare repair or uncommon repair packs. We're gonna keep those in here. For now I'm just gonna keep these for walking around the base. But when we start the assault, we're gonna use those. I think I'm just gonna put it in a chest here, really. So repair packs, these things, and then the laser turrets, which are in progress. Okay, it's gonna take a while. It's not gonna take as long as as the technology take to complete those, so I'm fine with that. Mouse over says 14 out of 574. That's going to be less than 3.2%, is it? Yeah. 2.4%, huh? Where is my 3.2% laser turrets? Come on, guys. What's going on here? 14 out of 584, actually. It's the same. Yeah, we get shafted. It is clear. The game doesn't like us. Actually rigged. What a BS. Right, I think we've done all we can to prepare for the laser turret saga then. So I suppose in the next stream we will be... Let's check pollution real quick before I sign off happily. Values. Okay, this is like stable. This chunk is deleting its pollution every time it spreads into it. It's not really going outwards. How we are down here. Looks fine as well. How are we here? Looks fine as well. How are we on this front? Looks dangerous, but it's actually fine. It's actually fine. Alright, we're playing smart again, doing checks and whatnot. Right. Now we got like 3 more here once I can feel it. No, still 14. Rigged. Accumulators before. We're gonna need the spike power. We have only 100 megawatts extra. If like a couple laser turrets fire simultaneously, we're already gonna spike that. So we're gonna need the accumulators just to have the infinite power generation thing. It's not infinite. It's not infinite. It's like 300 kilowatts per accumulator. I guess 390 with uncommon ones. But you know, if you have like 10,000 accumulators, that's basically 4 gigawatts of spike power you can generate before having like those momentary brownout things. So I don't think we're gonna go 4 gigawatts on the laser turrets. If we do, we have all kinds of different problems because that's just not sustainable. So yeah, next stream, accumulators. Building accumulators, probably not extending the solar panels just yet. You know what we could do? We could prepare for solar panels. I feel like I want maybe a little bit more than 10k. We effectively are going to have so what do we got in solar panel power? 10k is, I don't think 10k is going to be enough. We are running like, what was the again? 468 megawatts, right? 468 megawatts. A solar panel is on average like 42 kilowatts, I believe, if it needs to charge accumulators. Let's say 40. So it needs to be 50% more powerful in order to charge accumulators. So 468 times 1.5 is we will need at least 700 megawatts of solar power. And 10k panels is going to be 600 megawatts. So looks like we want at least 12k solar panels then for 720 megawatts to be able to charge the accumulators at an average power consumption of 468 megawatts, which is what we are currently have built the base around. Don't think we're going to add that much more power consumption. We're going to get what we now have. We're going to get another 54 megawatts from the labs for the 60-second technologies, which pushes us into 420. And we only have 48 megawatts remaining to do stuff like blue chips, low density structures, and rocket fuel. That's going to be a tiny setup though, it's not going to be large. We don't need to launch a lot of rockets from this planet, we need to launch a lot of rockets from other planets and load the signs on spaceships towards Nauvis. But we don't need to have a large rocket production on Nauvis. We just need to build some space platforms. So we're gonna be okay with low production. We can start stockpiling blue chips, low density structures and rocket fuel, so we can mass produce rockets for a short while to build our space platforms, but we're just gonna need something tiny. So I think we can fit, if we go 12k solar panels, I hope. That means I should set these to, well, we got 7.8k, so we want 4.2k more. So set this to 4.2k. Why is it not producing then if it's set to 6k? If it's set to 6k, why is it not producing? It is not producing because looks like the quality chips are in the way. Because this is a stupid system. Oh no, because I reversed this belt. Alright, because I reversed this belt. This is still a stupid system though, because yeah, normal chips could get stuck on this belt. Maybe I should just do the handcraft belts. Dang it. Maybe I can just do this, then it keeps circling around at least. And technically all the green chips should get consumed by solar panels if we have enabled them. Yeah, look at this, all of that is quality almost. Okay, so we were just blocking ourselves really. Alright, let's just grab this real quick. Ah wait, we're not gonna get steel here. I forgot about that. We're not gonna get steel here because the steel smelter is off. Which means we probably want to either feed out some steels from here. There's just a couple K of panels. Maybe I'll just put a chest or two there. Yeah. Okay, one chest of those things. That's probably enough. Let's just open up these chests. Okay, that did it already. Steel. We need 2k panels. So we need like 700. Okay, we need barely any panels. So this was the steel belt. I suppose this should simulate the steel output pretty well. Alright. And we're gonna score some more of these quality chips as well on the way, so that's nice. Okay, that's prepared as well. Alright. Where is my stuff? Oh god, I lost my stuff. Is this my stuff? Maybe this is my stuff. I don't think I had that much stuff on me anymore. I guess it is my stuff. Right. I think then we're done for today. This is swinging. Solar panels are producing. Hopefully we'll get a couple of quality in there as well. It didn't really work out for us, this quality solar panel setup. The Johnnies kinda didn't really cooperate keeping the quality up. Why is this working so hard? It's because we're using this for green chips. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. We are using this area for something. Okay, let's see if green chips keeps up. At least we're having steel externally. The wall thing is still swinging wildly. Military science still being stockpiled. Suppose at some point we actually want to take some of these walls. Take some of these. Okay, we did that already. I'm smart. 62k walls already ready to be stockpiled. That is good. Okay, I think we have everything we need then to laser assault. We got the blueprint. We got the rare power poles. We can make a power connection. We can place the blueprint. We can laser everything down. We have the bots to place it. We have the repair packs to fix it. We have the replacements. And then we just take the walls and the bots should place the walls. We have the blueprint. We can use the very same blueprint from the early game. Not even that one. Just the simple one. This one really. That will do it. And the bots should just swoop over and just place all the walls, right? After the worms are gone. With not too many losses, I hope. That's the plan at least. Yeah, I think that's about it then for this stream. How are we doing here? Pretty well. 600 over 600k steel, over 600k cables. Cables are almost actually full. That's good. That is enough space platforms. We also need another 600k steel if we want elevated railways though, so we gotta keep that in mind. But that is also a lot of productivity modules and other things, like red chips for the furnaces, for purple signs. We're not gonna think about that too much just yet. I suppose this is how my inventory should look. We should make more belts, but we'll do that next time, I suppose. Yeah, let's just keep that in here so I don't forget about that. Alright. That's gonna be end of stream save. End of stream save. Let's walk over to the lab area a little bit. Laser damage 1 is coming in. I do not dare to assault biter bases just yet. They are just too weak. The laser turrets by themselves, that is 20 damage. 20 damage 1.5 times a second, that's 30 DPS. That is 2.5 seconds to kill a medium biter. You know, those things which appear after 2 hours in the game. So yeah, not great. A medium biter has 75 hit points. A behemoth biter has 3000 hit points. And might have laser resistance. Actually, I don't know. The worms certainly do. The biters don't. Okay, so at least that is something. No laser resistance on the biters, but still 3000 hit points per piece, and they are not gonna come alone. The worms have, especially behemoth worms, have high laser resistance these days. The big worms 50%, the medium worms, which will fight first, not so much, 20%, and also barely any hit points. That doesn't scale with evolution, unlike the nests, which do scale with evolution. Currently we're at 3376 out of 3500, because we're at 98.4% evolution. So yeah, no. It's gonna be a pickle. A great stream. I don't feel I did a lot. Sometimes you gotta do the boring streams as well. We did place a lot of landfill. We did do some nice concepts though. Small 5 million signs detour from mech armor. Yeah, only 5 million. Also yellow signs, purple signs, electromagnetic signs, everything. Next stream Sunday, yeah, next stream Sunday. Sunday, I guess we're gonna do, yeah, accumulators. Not solar panels, but I think after the accumulators, we're gonna do preparation for the rocket silo, I think. We're gonna do another builder stream. We're gonna need assemblers for blue chips. We're gonna need assemblers for low density structures. Hey, and you know what? We're also gonna need assemblers for rocket fuel. We're gonna need some rocket silos. We need to figure out where those things go. We also need to plan out the cargo landing pad. That thing needs like a lot of free space. Access for bots, access for inserters perhaps. This is our only access point for resources from space, so we gotta make sure we can extract the maximum possible from it. Because theoretically we can send down an infinite amount. Is that true, or is it limited by cargo hatch count? I guess that is expandable by cargo base. So yeah, I think we can send down an infinite amount of resources per minute, but we can only extract a certain maximum, I suppose. So we should keep plenty of space around that. Probably bots are gonna be best, although energy intensive. So yeah, we're gonna need to figure out where this goes, how many resources we need for that. We're gonna need more red chips for that. We're gonna need... Actually, we can put quality modules in these as well. Quality modules in there. Can we get the Mark III assemblers? That would be so nice. But the price has been raised. This used to be like, what, 150k purple? Now it's 500k. That is out of the realm of the possible for a while. Like, the elevated railways is gonna take like all this steel, all these full chests of steel, just to research elevated railways, and that is like a fifth of the cost, if I remember correctly. Yeah, that's 100k signs. So 500k purple signs, that is like equivalent to more than 2 million. That's basically equivalent to everything we did so far in the entire playthrough, I think. We're at 2.7 million blues by now. Almost 7 million red and green. Thanks everybody for hanging around. You can snake a line of cargo bays. Yeah, I was thinking that just one cargo bay connects in a corner or something, and then just move it out of the way. A wise man once said, as 1,000 times is a lot of times. That is definitely true. 1,000 times is a whole lot of times. Let's do it a new fish lake a little bit. What do you need elevated rails for? If you go to Fulgora first, it's kind of a requirement to build, basically to interconnect bases. I could get away with bots because I found a nice island after a lot of searching. But you cannot connect different islands with bots. You just can connect one resource patch island to one main island, and that's going to be a standalone entity. So in order to actually have an interconnected network, there is no other option than elevated railways on Fulgora. At least not as far as I'm aware. Alright. Let's end with a more happy song. Glabber track, always okay. Alright, so that's gonna be it for me today. Thanks everybody for watching. Next stream will be on Sunday. Next video will probably be on Patreon next Friday as well, on YouTube 1 week after that again. Yeah, hope to see you Sunday. Thanks everybody for watching, and I'll see you all next time.